Good morning, colleagues. We are about to start. We've got 2 minutes before we're going to start. We'd like to begin the proceedings at 9 punctually. Those people who are not here yet will then join, but we'd like to stringently stick to our program. So we've got 2 more minutes before we're going to start. This section here, I'm going to jump over and we're going to go over to this. Okay. Dr. Cornelissen. Dr. Cornelissen. We are about to start our program for today. Our theme for the teaching practice 2024 is strengthening resilience, building sustainability as we empower our educators. I am Mr. Daniels, and I'm the program director for the symposium. I must say that we have become quite fancy. In the past, we were called MCs and compares, but I see I've been upgraded and I'm now a program director. So thank you very much for that title. At this point, I'd like to just express my sincere thanks to the conveners for the opportunity afforded to me to stand in servitude this morning. A few housekeeping rules, and this is where I'm going to be an air host. There are 4 emergency exits, 2 in the back and 2 in the front, right? So in the event of an emergency, you need to please acquaint yourself with these exits should you need to make an emergency exit. No eating is allowed in the venue. You may have your water, however, please make sure that we leave the venue the way in which we found it. Cell phones are requested to please be on silent or on flight mode. And in the facilities for both gents and ladies, if nature calls, you can find in the foyer where you're registered or just where the chairs and tables are. The Wi-Fi codes are pasted on the walls in the foyer and also in the auditorium. So that is the housekeeping rules for today. In the absence of our dean, who will probably be joining us later, I'm going to observe protocol, and I shall now do the introductions of our respective deans or deputy deans, HODs and TP coordinators. And as I introduce you, I respectfully ask that you will just stand so that the audience can acknowledge your presence. Our deputy deans, I'm going to ask Professor Depenaar, and she can then just wave at the audience, and you can see that that is Professor Depenaar. Dr. Combrink is in absentia, so he is not here. For the foundation phase, we have got Dr. Barnard. She's online. And then for the intermediate phase, we've got Professor De Jager, also online. Thank you. From the Mowbray campus, we have got Dr. Sheikh for the foundation phase. I do not see her here either, so I presume she's also online. Dr. Quender for the intermediate phase. Professor De Sousa will be joining us later. And then joining us online is Dr. Scalz, the HOD for the Teacher Professional Development Department. Then the teaching practice coordinators, and I'm going to be starting with the Wellington campus. For the foundation phase, joining us online is Dr. Kirill. For the intermediate phase is Dr. Zeister. And for the SPFET phase, we've got Mr. Van Wyk. From the Mowbray campus, for the foundation phase, we've got Dr. Forbes. I did not see her here yet, so perhaps she's joining us online. There she, Dr. Forbes, as you come in, just wave, please. There we go. And then for the intermediate phase, we've got Mr. Brown. And for the SPFET, we have yours truly, Mr. Daniels, who is the SPFET. And you may give me a hand, it's fine. Thank you. I'm working here, I'm not getting paid. So we are going to start off with our first presentations, and we are going to ask the presenters to please heed to the allotted time given to them of 10 minutes. We do have timekeepers that will be in front, and we are going to ask you to please acknowledge the times as it is indicated to you, as we've got a very tight program. Our first keynote speaker for the symposium is the Director of the Center for Community Engagement and Work Integrated Learning, Professor Lalini Reddy. Just a brief background. Professor Reddy began her academic career at Durban University of Technology in 1987 in the Department of Biotechnology and Food Science. She has a doctorate in biotechnology and was appointed Associate Director, Biotechnology in 2004. She joined CPUT's Faculty of Applied Science in 2013 as a Faculty Work Integrated Learning Coordinator. In 2020, she was appointed HOD of Biotechnology and Consumer Science. She was appointed as the Director of the Center of Community Engagement and Work Integrated Learning at CPUT in 2022. Professor Reddy gained extensive experience in curriculum renewal, work-integrated learning, community service learning, general education, international education, and program quality audits during her 26-year tenure at DUT. As a researcher in plant medicine, bioenergy, and work-integrated learning, she has supervised postgraduates as well as 3 postdoctoral fellows. She has published in high-impact biotechnology peer-reviewed journals and is currently focusing on future-proof curricula for higher education. She remains passionate about community engagement and has offered value-based education as an international teacher training in South Africa and 11 African countries since 2007. It is therefore an honor and a privilege to invite to the podium our first speaker for the symposium, Professor Reddy.
Very good morning to one and all. The management of the Faculty of Education, I acknowledge very warmly the invitation to be a speaker at this very important event, and that is your teaching practice seminar. I heard all about your last year's one, and I was very sad that I did not join it, although it was online. It was very, very exciting. So it is absolute pleasure for me to be present here amongst you, the budding and the future leaders of the country, the teachers that will go out and make their mark. So today, colleagues and students, I have the pleasure of presenting just a few pointers in the few minutes that I have with you on value-based education as a strategy to build social cohesion. So like I said, I call you the future leaders, the teachers that are going out there into the big wide world, and you are going to be the ones that are going to be producing the new lawyers and engineers and future politicians, may I say, and of course the new business community of the future. And really you are going to take South Africa to a much higher level to reach its actual potential. For I do believe that we have absolutely wonderful potential, nothing to hold us back except our perhaps mindset. Okay, so the current status of education, you all know, it was said, this is actually from I think it was Capital America or something like that. It's from a firm actually, where Alexander Pierce acted. And it said that society is really at a tipping point between order and chaos. And very often when we hear the news or we even hear from our, what you call community members of all of the chaos that is happening all around us. And I'm not saying in particular settlements and things like that, all around the city of Cape Town, Western Cape, and the rest of the country. If it is not environmental chaos, then it is political chaos or it is social, what you call upheavals and so forth. So yes, we are, whilst there are a lot of private schools and all that coming up, mushrooming up, there's also lots of demands from parents for students. There's a lot of focus on new standards in education and, developing the abilities of students. And there's a lot of pressure on our youngsters in schools and yourselves as well to actually go out there and earn a living. And not necessarily time enough, I do believe, for actually educating students and ourselves for life. There's often, inadequate infrastructure, there are disadvantaged schools, challenged, and also by, the violence and the GBV that has also infiltrated even into our school environment. There are very often children in your classroom that have a single parent and sometimes malnourished. And, perhaps also sad to say that the noble profession of educators is no more really recognized as noble in society. And, that motivation and things that we all had long ago when we all started, maybe 30, 40 years ago, is no longer there. And there's a lot of stress and burnout, a lot of, academic pressures as well. And time for character development, personality development doesn't seem to really be there. Now, I just want to put this particular value-based education topic into perspective and why I'm offering it to you, because at CPUT, our Vision 2030 says we want to produce graduates that can shape what? A better world for humanity, right? Not only graduates that will enter the profession of business, the profession of medical sciences, and the profession of education, for the sake of earning and having jobs, but to produce a better humanity. We want to have people that are extremely good, smart, believe in smartness and oneness. We also have, I'm not sure if you know of this, that we have some CPUT values, a new set of values. Are you aware of them? There's 7 different statements actually. They're not just individual words. They talk on ethics and integrity, kindness, compassion, restoration, unity and diversity. I think you already know that one very well. It talks of devotion and passion in whatever we do as staff and as students. It talks of accountability and responsibility and being technologically astute, of course. All right? Then we also have another set. What is this? Graduate attributes. And I know all of us lecturers and HODs and so forth, it's our prerogative to ensure that we integrate these into the curriculum. And I'm sure your lecturers, I know a lot of them also, have done their very best to do this. But this does not stop here. You do not forget, as you graduate, you do not forget these graduate attributes. You make it a part of your life. You make it as you carry yourself into society, you carry these graduate attributes as well. What are they? It's about Ubuntu, right? It's about being able to relate to different people in the different societies that you go into. It's about interconnectedness of people. It's about self-healing. It's about resilience. No matter what hits you out there, it's about not giving up, all right? And then it's obviously about ethical capability and respect. Here again, it's really all about human values, all right? So that's where I pitch this. And just to mention also, I put this as a curriculum statement to say our future curricula, You know, there's such a thing as the Czech dual education, what you call, program that we have brought to CPUT as well as the other Western Cape universities, and they are promoting these 4 competencies in new curricula, right? Where you spend a lot of time in industry, you also spend a lot of time at university, but basically you don't only concentrate on theoretical and teacher-related stuff. You also concentrate on developing in the curriculum students with personal skills, human values. It talks on having in the curriculum social and ethical skills, professional expertise. So as you go out into the teacher world, the school setup and things like that, you don't only go with the knowledge of geography and mathematics and things like that, but also professional expertise, how you carry yourself. Remember, you are going to be the role model of all those students that are in your ambit, okay? As well as obviously the discipline-specific comprehensive skills and abilities. So against that background, the theory and strategy for social cohesion. I'm sharing with you some aspects that I have been very involved with for the last 30 years and shared these value-based education strategies with 12 other countries in Africa, and we've actually had 3 private schools in South Africa as well. There are universities throughout the world that follow this. They follow a normal curriculum of their country, but they integrate values. They're very, very conscious of and sensitized to value-based education. So this, you could say, is borrowing from the behaviorist theory, but behaviorist theory, as you know, is about modifying behavior of children through appropriate stimuli and responses, and sometimes in the old days, the stimuli was very bad, all right? But this is SSEHV, a particular approach that I am familiar with, is to discipline, which in a way that is beyond just behavioral modification. It is concerned with reaching deeply into the child's higher consciousness, higher levels of consciousness, and bringing out values that lie inherent within us. Values that you cannot teach, values that you can bring out as a teacher, as a good role model, by presenting opportunities for students by the way you walk, talk, and do your business. So teachers really, I see, as the key change agents in society to bring about the agents of change, of knowledge, and indeed for transformation of education. And I'm just going to quickly go into something a little bit deep, and that is to show that for these changes to happen and for this understanding to be made and appreciation to happen and this value-based education to happen, you really have to understand that they are, and you probably have heard of this in different words, there are different states of the mind. There's a subconscious mind, which has a whole lot of memories and your past experiences stored in there, like a computer storage. Then it has the conscious mind, which is now you listening to me, your senses are all alert and so forth. And then it has something which very often we ignore and are ignorant of, and that is the superconscious mind, which really is the place where when we were born with this natural gift almost, from the universe, which is like the ultimate memory of all computers, which really has all of the knowledge there, and very often largely untapped. In fact, the knowledge that we use even to have a doctorate is 1/10 of what we really have as our capacity. So we need to learn to appreciate that, know it's there, and know how to tap into it, because then we would be behaving and operating as a human being with a highly refined intellect, being able to discriminate and being able to really function from the level of the highest mind. And very often we are unaware of the power of that mind, and information and experiences presented to learners therefore should always be positive. And I'm saying that because very often a lot of us, no matter what our age is, may have gone through a lot of traumatizing and not so positive experiences, and all of these experiences get stored in our subconscious mind. So when we come across situations, we react very quickly, automatically, in fact, like a knee-jerk way from our experiences which may be negative. So if somebody just pushes you, you may not realize it's by accident. You will just want to push them and punch them back. Okay, that's like a knee-jerk. But here we are saying, take a moment and ask your conscience. Maybe it was, to doubt whether it was really a violent action. Maybe it was a mistake, all right? And then change your reaction, all right, by tapping into your conscience. So teachers are not really merely, when you stand in the classroom, even like I'm talking now, we are not just communicating words and knowledge. We are also communicating an experience to our audience, to our class. So this whole process and strategy is really about decluttering our mind, which may have a lot of chaotic experiences from our past. First, we do this for ourselves as teachers, and then we learn how to do it with our children in the class, right? Because attached to that subconscious mind, which is carrying a whole lot of, previous, sometimes it could be garbage even, sometimes some good memories, a lot of emotions are attached to that. And that's where very often people react in anger and things like that. All people are really good and innate. That's their natural state, good. But very often they react in completely different ways, which does not mean that they are bad. It's just because they are reacting based on their subconsciousness, all right, where the emotions lie. But if they can actually reflect on their conscience and operate from the superconscious mind, then you would have a much better society. So as a teacher, you need to develop values needed for personal, family, nationally, and the world by presenting for yourselves, also, and the children, caring environments, taking students out into nature. Nature is absolutely the best teacher. And, living with attitudes of caring towards nature, towards others, towards yourself, and also your own self-preservation. So this value-based education may be coined as educare, which we, what you call, may describe as the unfolding of these latent, natural, basic human values that lie within. And in particular, they may be coined together to be summarized as 5 major values. One is love, unconditional love. We're not talking about the romantic love. There's all types of love, but the innate love from which we really are. And then love in action, when you, want to show love in action, it is called right conduct. Love in feelings is peace. Love in thoughts is truth. And love in understanding, that's when you are displaying non-violence. So love, which fills your thoughts, your words, and your actions, if you are in that state, operating in that state, that could be your vision for the future, then you are said to be in constant integrated awareness. And I believe that in education faculty, I know your dean has related to me very often some exciting things that I heard happening. I know it happening in the Wellington campus, and I'm sure in the Mowbray campus as well. You are now exposing the students to song and dance and some other right brain activities. Is that true? Yes? Music and things like that. Those are absolutely the richest part of your teaching practice, I would like to say. If you want to gain the attention of your students and teach them something, then first do the song and the dance with them, right? Because that calms them down. That brings them to their natural state, okay? That is the perfect way to unfold these values that I talk about, all right? We shouldn't just stick with head-to-head communication. You're not there just to teach and to send off knowledge. The children don't need the knowledge. The 16-year-olds, even the 12-year-olds, even the 10-year-olds, they can go onto their cell phone and they can get whatever knowledge they want. They want your warmth. They want heart-to-heart communication. If you spend, out of your 1 hour with them, if you spend at least 10 minutes on heart-to-heart communication and really developing a rapport, showing them that you actually do genuinely care, right? That is the winning streak. So, including these right brain activities together with your mathematics and science and hardcore business subjects and things like that is really a winning formula. So there are 5 transformation techniques that we can use to actually bring out these human values very, very quickly. And you should, in this particular philosophy, we encourage that you use them as often as possible in an integrated fashion, in a direct fashion, and things like that. So prayer or a quotation, a really powerful quotation that you could use, group singing, really elevating vibrations and words, silence in the mind. Remember I spoke about declutter, silence in the mind. You can take students to guided visualization when you do it with very young children or even older children. You use appropriate visualizations. Older children, I mean like the youth in secondary school, you can do visualizations of their future job. Where would they like to see themselves in the future? Okay? So this philosophy is really all about educating for life and not for living, to know yourself and to develop your character, and it's a model for human excellence. And what does it bring? It brings, instead of just teaching children to get their own qualification, their own degree, their own matriculate certificate, and go out there and grab a job, it actually teaches and infuses them with this attitude of selfless service, this operation from the intellect level. Not just teaching will not just be about information, but really transformation of characters and so forth. So in this international model, it actually talks to, in that teaching time or that time that you have with students, spend 60% on intellectual stuff. That means discipline-related stuff. 10% on some cultural items, 10% on some devotional items, 10% on some service items. You could do some climate change projects, some environmental caring or service to the orphanage, anything like that, and some physical activity, which is very, very important. So this brings about holistic development of the student. So it's, about you can also work with the communities with service learning projects, and I know a lot of you are doing that, so that's absolutely essential. So these are some of the things that you could do, but it really all starts with you. The bottom first circle is the self. If you can look, introspect, and get yourself to really be that role model. All right? There's a book that I wanted to share with you. It's called To Teach, Not to Punish. There's a whole lot of beautiful books out there from Van Skeik as well. But Margaret Taplin, a friend of mine from Hong Kong University, she actually uses this book to do postgraduate research on how to integrate values into education. And it's a beautiful book, and it really talks about this. Our society really is in need of children first rather than the maths and the science. It needs the care for children to reduce violence, to bring about respect and all of that. So discipline, really, the Educare way is about appreciating these values, learning. When you go into a class, there will be people from all different cultures. You can't just, treat them from the premise of your own culture and ignore their cultures. You need to have an appreciation of your audience, your people, and have self-discipline first before you can instill discipline. And you don't instill discipline in a violent way, but through love. And children so often are taught that they need to work in having harmony of the head, head, heart, and hand. That means, looking for that inner stillness, and whatever they think, they should say, and they should do. There should be harmony in thought, word, and deed. Okay, and I'm going to leave you with that, and I challenge you to be that beacon of light for social cohesion in the universe. And really the motto of this whole talk, and there's so much more to say, which I cannot say today, is that the end of education should be not just to get a degree, but should be for character. Thank you so much.
We'd like to thank Professor Eddy for that very insightful presentation. And what resonated with me is the fact that we need to have the passion, and we need to look at developing the student holistically, to show that love, to show the care. It's not just about the math and the science, as you've mentioned, but really have to much deeper, or I should say dig much deeper, to make sure that we actually find the spot where you can actually start building our students, and that would be our future generation. I would like to ask at this point of time that our HODs and presenters that joined slightly late, that they please take their seats in front. The row in front has been reserved for you, please. That would be Dr. Forbes, and Dr. Schwartz is making her way down. And then, thank you, Dr. Sheikh. Thank you very much. Once again, we're going to start off with our following presenter, and this will be our pre-service teachers who will be sharing in our program. The following presenters are requested, those who are in person, to please share me on. Mr. Van Beek, are you able to assist, please, on this?
Good morning, everyone.
Just hold on, please. Okay, sorry for that, people. Technology. All right. Mora. If you can just give me, I just want to introduce quickly, and then I will call your name, and you'll be able to then do your presentation. Is that going to be in order? I'm taking that as a yes. Okay, so we are going to be inviting our pre-service teachers who will be sharing in our program. And the presenters who are here in person, we are going to require or request that they please remain seated on the stage, as there are going to be some questions asked afterwards. Those questions will be both in person, and we've got floating mics for those people who are going to be or wanting to ask questions posed to our presenters. And in the chat, Mr. Van Beek will be monitoring the online questions as well. So at this point of time, I'd like to start off with our first presenter, who's going to be joining us online, representing the foundation phase. And we're going to hand over to Angelica Kruger, representing the foundation phase from the Wellington campus. So Angelica, if you are ready, you may commence.
Good morning, everyone. Today we will be looking at the implementation of a pedagogy of play in the grade R classroom through free and teacher-directed play. During the students' 4 weeks of teaching practice at a quintile 2 rural school located in the Western Cape, it was noted that no free play nor play-directed opportunities occurred. This non-compliance of making provision for free play and teacher-directed play opportunities in the Grade R daily program triggered the student to ask the question, why is there no provision made for free play and or teacher-directed play opportunities? The student aspired to determine whether the provision of free play and teacher-directed play have an impact on young learners' holistic development, and why is there no provision for free play and teacher-directed play within the Grade R classroom? When looking at the pedagogy of play, it is important to understand what the word pedagogy means. Pedagogy is derived from the Greek word paios, meaning child, and ego, meaning lead. Excel and Linington explain that a play-based pedagogy has two focuses. One focus highlights the importance of how children learn through play, whilst the second focus emphasizes how the teacher can teach through play. The pivotal role teachers are to play in a pedagogy of play is defined by words as follows. It is the ways in which early childhood professionals, or teachers, make provision for play and playful approaches to learning and teaching, how they design play or learning environments, and all the pedagogical decisions, techniques, and strategies they use to enhance learning and teaching through play. We have two types of play in the grade R classroom, free play and teacher directed play. Now, free play is when learners take charge during play and choose what to play, whom to involve, and how to play. These activities range from fantasy, construction, and book corners to building blocks, educational toys, and areas where learners can have quiet time by themselves. Free play activities for outside should include water, sand, tires, physical education, a wide range of games with proper equipment, and jungle gyms. Teachers must provide enough time during the day for the various free play activities that must be available to all learners. Learners should have enough resources for proper development to take place, alongside the educator being mediated during these activities. Now, teacher-directed play should be an extension of the skills and activities performed during free play. Learners perform the desired activities set out and meticulously planned by the teacher, and the teacher then provides scaffolded learning opportunities. Polite suggestions, observational commentary, and questions guide the learners during play. Teachers can insert themselves into the activities of play, where learners can gain more knowledge. Teacher-guided activities range between three main subjects: mathematics, language, and the umbrella term life skills, which consists of music, human movement, and art activities. Thus, the teacher, together with the learner, participates in focused, goal-orientated play activities where he or she is not only mediating the play activities, but is actively co-constructing knowledge, exploration, and problem solving with the learner. The consensus between Piaget, Vygotsky, and Brunner is that children are active participants in the acquirement of new knowledge. According to Jensen, teachers' unique styles considerably influence how play is implemented within schools. Jensen also highlights that play initiation, management of play environments, and the extension of play activities are themes that occur when learners play in early childhood development. The recommended time allocation for free play is 110 minutes as set out by the Department of Basic Education. This excludes play before arriving at school. The management of free play includes provided guidance and support during playtime. The teacher circulates among different play areas, and this creates the sense of nearness, making themselves available for immediate questions and support. Teachers resolve conflicts and enable learners to develop a problem-solving skill. The proximity allows for easy behavior management whilst encouraging exploration and control over activities. Now, teacher-directed play should be 96 minutes. This excludes story time at the end of the day. Teacher-directed play's focus is on the initiation and extension of play. Teachers set the play in motion and introduce new elements to enrich the learning experience. Distributing building blocks and allowing learners to build whatever they desire is an example of play initiation. Teachers' brief interactions before activities help create a supportive environment. Integrating academic skills, such as writing and mathematics, into play areas further enriches the learning experience while maintaining the enjoyment of play. So, the lack of knowledge and training among teachers create challenges. Many find it challenging to create appropriate free play and teacher-directed activities, resulting in difficulties integrating various skills and maintaining a balance between the two types of play. Teachers often struggle with limiting control and structure, fearing that learners might not achieve the desired outcomes independently, leading to stifling learner participation and discouraging play in certain areas. The insufficient space and materials further hinder effective play. Teachers have highlighted the importance of ample resources and large enough spaces to facilitate different play areas effectively. Cultural and social factors add another layer of complexity. Teachers need more information about the social and cultural backgrounds of learners to provide unbiased and inclusive play experiences. Understanding gender roles and diverse backgrounds is crucial for fostering an equitable play environment. They must separate their own beliefs and knowledge from diverse backgrounds and cultures to ensure unbiased opinions and activities. Maintaining a balanced approach to free play and teacher-directed play is crucial for the holistic development of early childhood learners. Both types of play enhance learning by contributing to knowledge acquisition, performance, and the application of skills in real-life scenarios. They serve as tools for empowerment, helping learners navigate their environment safely and effectively. A balanced approach also encourages engagement and motivation among learners. Free play fosters creativity and self-sufficiency, while teacher-directed play provides structure and skill reinforcement. Additionally, play, both free and directed, is essential for physical and emotional expression, helping learners develop social skills and emotional resilience. Now, as previously stated, roughly 110 minutes of free play and 96 minutes of teacher-directed play should take place during the day. When observing play, teachers gain the necessary insight into what skills need further development during teacher-guided activities. If the teacher wants to address communication skills, as observed during free play in role-playing scenarios, the dramatization of text, scenarios, or stories within a group context can encourage the development of social skills within a safe environment. A greater understanding of emotions, use of language, and socialization is fostered when teachers enable learners to use their voice. Gross and fine motor skills should be addressed daily through using monkey bars and jungle gyms. Teachers can implement physical play during teacher-guided or free play. In conclusion, various sources of literature were analyzed by the student to try and find the answer to the posed question. Why is there no provision for free play and teacher-directed play opportunities within the Grade R classroom? Pedagogical play is often misinterpreted by many teachers, and thus the struggle with teaching by means of play increases. The potential of free and teacher-directed play can only be fully extracted when teachers understand what type of activities are categorized underneath each play. Teachers need to be knowledgeable about the importance of implementing a play pedagogy and how such a learning through play methodology enriches the child in totality. Addressing the challenges and discrepancies through better training, resource allocation, and cultural awareness can help create a more balanced and enriching learning environment. By adhering to these practices, teachers can ensure that play remains a powerful and enjoyable tool for learning and development in early childhood education. Thus, Grade R teachers should always ensure that they do not implement a mini Grade 1 classroom. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank our presenter for that insightful presentation that she did, and we acknowledge also the presence of Dr. or Professor De Jager that is alongside her virtually. I'd like to also ask that she please remains online because there might be questions that our audience would like to pose to you. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for that glitch. We are wanting to have a seamless transition, but technology sometimes do not allow us to do so. So our next presenter, also hailing from Wellington, is going to be joining me at the podium. And I'd like you to please put your hands together for Ms. Jumeri Ackerman, who is going to be doing an in-person presentation. So please, let's put our hands together for Ms. Ackerman as she joins me at the podium.
Good morning, all. I just want to say I am truly honored to be here and to present my research at the Practice Teaching Symposium. So I want to start off with the title of my research, which is Riding the Waves of Meaning, and we would be exploring the power of the semantic plane in my teaching. So the aim of my research is as follows. Professor Carl Matten said the following: almost everyone in education shares a desire for powerful knowledge that builds over time. Researchers typically aim to generate ideas that have value beyond the specificities of their originating context. Teachers wish their pedagogic practice to have effects beyond the initial conditions of learning, enabling students to build on previous understandings and transfer what they learn into future contexts. My research aims to gain deeper insight into the knowledge flows in a lesson and explore how my critical stance on my practice can be improved. My research question is as follows: how are the meanings of the long division algorithm developed in teaching in a grade 6 class? Professor Carl Matten is a creator and architect of the legitimation code theory, a framework for analyzing and changing practices. Research suggests that knowledge building involves semantic waves, which is the recurrent shifts in context dependence and complexity that weave together different forms of knowledge. The semantic gravity indicates the degree of context dependence of meaning, and the semantic density refers to the complexity of meaning, which I will elaborate on later. If we look at the methodology of my presentation, I chose a qualitative approach, specifically employing a case study method focused on a single grade 6 classroom as my study unit analysis. The focus of my lesson was to develop an understanding of the long division algorithm by using an object of analysis, and I collected my data by taking a video of my lesson with ethical clearance. I followed a deductive data analysis approach. This data analysis approach includes a transcription of my video, coding the transcription, and then also focusing on semantic density and semantic gravity by using two translation devices to explore the underlying meanings. Just to show you briefly, here are the translation devices that shows the in-depth of my coding process. At the top, we have the semantic gravity, and at the bottom, we have the semantic density coding. When I presented my lesson, I could then plot my semantic waves on two graphs. The first graph I'm going to focus on is my semantic gravity of long division algorithm. The semantic gravity shows that most of my lesson was abstract. The small dips where the context was brought. I had to go back and analyze the downward and upward move from the dips to see how it supported to move to abstraction. There were many opportunities for unpacking and repacking and to make connections. This algorithm doesn't have to be taught in a procedural way like I did it. Then, to focus on my semantic density of the long division algorithm, we could see the semantic density wave shows weak semantic density, which means that the concepts of my lesson weren't connected. The mainly flat line shows that there was a very weak semantic density, which indicates summarizing without making connections. The concepts were thus presented in a straightforward and very simple manner during my lesson. I then go on, sorry, the red circle is supposed to be around the blue dot, but I go on to show you the semantic plane of my long division algorithm lesson. This is where I took my semantic density wave and my semantic gravity wave and plotted it together on my semantic plane. As you can see, 73% of my lesson had weak semantic gravity, which means my lesson was very abstract, and then also weak semantic density, which indicates that my lesson was mainly summarizing and not making deep connections. If I reflect on my object of analysis, my point shouldn't be so heavily situated in one quadrant, and that is why there is a great need for my graph to shift more to the right. I could thus say that 87% of my lesson involved augmented meaning, which means mainly adding information, summarizing, and characterizing the concepts. The sad part about this is the situation that we experience in almost every classroom today. I then had to ask myself the following question: how could I have generated more meaning in my lesson by going back to my semantic codes? New meaning develops by connecting or incorporating meaning from different clusters of meaning, and that is why I would specifically reflect on the semantic density codes of my lesson. Firstly, I want to show you an example that I use in my lesson during teaching practice. I also include a small episode that simply involves adding information, summarizing the long division algorithm with brief learner answers, as you can see on the presentation. This was the answer at the end of the lesson that we got to. And as you can see, this is the normal example that we use in the classroom. I had to ask myself the following questions. Where is the meaning making about the dot and the zero? Why do we put the dot there and not any other number? Why do we subtract, and what are we subtracting? Where's the meaning making about the bringing down? Why do we bring down the following numbers? Where's the meaning making of the solution? Why is that the specific answer of my division problem? I then went and got to the following conclusion. My first question was, where's the meaning making about the dot and the zero? I then came to the realization that there is a connection between the place value of the dividend and the multiples of the divisor, and these two are connected by estimation. Firstly, I want to focus on the first dot of my answer. Why is there a dot and not a number 1? Because if there was a number 1, I should have said 17 times 10,000, and that would have given me an answer of 170,000, which is much greater than 11,988. I could also go to my answer of 705 and ask myself, why is there a 0 in 705 and not a 1 to say 710? I could then also estimate 710 times 17 would give me an answer of 12,070, which is still greater than 11,988. If I go to my second and third question, why do we subtract and what is the meaning making of bringing down? We could say division as repeated subtraction. I could thus say that I have subtracted 17,705 times from 11,988. And then, normally in schools, we would write with a remainder of 3, but that is mathematically incorrect. We should thus say 17 is subtracted 705 times with a remainder of 3, but that is the unique representation of the number 11,988. So what is the meaning making of the solution? I could thus write my answer with the division algorithm as a unique representation of the number. I could say 11,988 is equal to 17 times 703 plus 3. And if I wrote that without the answer, it means that that solution will only be 11,988 and no other number. That is why we could say it is a unique representation of the solution. And then at the bottom in the orange blocks, there are 3 other ways that we could write the solution of my division sum. The first one being 705 and 3/17. I could also say 17 times 705 and 3/17 is equal to 11,988. And then also the last solution, which just sums up how we got to the unique representation of this number. If I go back to my reflection, I can thus say that in my practice next year, I will now have the power to teach this algorithm and design consolidation activities with greater connections. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ackerman. I must say that it took me back to many years ago when I was in Standard 1 and we did long division. And it all came back to me, so kudos to my teacher who taught me that. Thank you so much, Ms. Ackerman. Let's give her another round of applause, please. Our next cohort of presenters hails from the Mowbray campus, and it gives me immense pleasure to be calling to the stage our following presenters that will be presenting on behalf of the SPFET phase, and I'll call them as they're going to line up to do their presentations. They are all geared up, fired up, and ready to go. So I'm going to call Ms. Teresa Carstens, Mr. Siamtanda Fontaine, whose birthday is, by the way, today. I need to put that in there as well. Ms. Malibukazi Gwabe and Mr. Zihat Kluter. They are going to be doing the rendition of their focus area. So we are going to call to the stage and to the podium Ms. Carstens and Mr. Fontaine, who will be doing their first set. Just once again to remind you to be on the stage, and if you want to use the roaming mic or the floating mic, it's easier for you to use as well. Over to you.
The balance of mentoring is not creating someone in your own image, but giving them the opportunity to create themselves. This is a quote by Steven Spielberg. Good day, I am Teresa Carstens, and
I'm Siamtanda Fontaine.
And we've been tasked to talk to you about mentoring and our experience of mentoring during teaching practice. So when I researched what mentoring is, scholars came up with many ways of describing what mentoring is. But simply put, it is when, or the process whereby an experienced individual, usually called the mentor, guides and provides resources and the ability to practice and train to a less experienced individual called the mentee. So, in our research, we found some common themes that arise when I'm sorry, technology is always not on our side, but it's fine. We found some common themes, which one of them was that mentoring is a mutual relationship between the mentee and the mentor. Both need to know their role and responsibility for the process to take place effectively. The second theme is professional development versus personal development. When we talk about professional development, the mentor is not only tasked to provide you with resources in a professional capacity, but also in a personal capacity. That means they can share anecdotes and wisdoms with you from personal experience as well. And thus leads hand in hand to formal and informal approach that they can use. So when we speak about the formal approach, it's similar to our teaching practice mentorship program, where the teacher is tasked with showing us the ropes and basically training us how to be a teacher. And when it comes to informal approach, we talk about the teacher basically taking us hand in hand and informally, maybe during break duty, speak to us about their wisdoms and experiences that they share in teaching. Needless to say that the expectations we as students have does not always align with what our mentors do. So, as students, we expect our mentors to give us or provide us with a term planning. We expect them to give us teaching resources like textbooks or notes that we can use in our teaching. We expect them to involve us in admin activities and take us through the school's code of conduct, especially when it comes to discipline, so that we are able to handle a classroom. We also expect our mentors to let us use the strategies that we are taught at university to engage in a learner-centered approach with our students. We also want to openly communicate with our mentors. But needless to say, this is not always the case. And now Simtana will talk on the mentor's expectations.
Focusing on the mentor's expectations versus the reality. Our practice has taught us that when students go out for teaching practice, mentors have the following expectations of the students. The first one is for the students to have well-thought, planned and curated lessons, including lesson resources. They have an expectation for students to implement and apply effective classroom management skills and to conduct themselves in an ethical and professional manner. They expect good communication and organizational skills, and also there's an expectation that students should have positive attitude towards feedback and learning. However, like my colleague has mentioned, that these expectations are not always met. This then leads us to looking at the reality. So during our teaching practice, we found that the reality is that most of our schools have lack in terms of teaching resources, which then leaves student teachers with the responsibility to acquire their own teaching resources before they even go out for teaching practice. Students, like Doriza has mentioned, also want to try and implement their innovative and interactive ways of teaching to ensure more learner-centered classrooms. However, the reality is that our Our mentors still make use of the traditional ways of teaching, which then makes it difficult for students to implement their innovative and interactive ways, because mentors expect students to teach the way that they teach. Another reality is that because students are not taken through the policies of the different schools they go out to for practice, they tend to have a challenge in terms of applying classroom management skills. And we have seen this with our mentors as well. Also, we found that mentors tend to take time off when they are dealing with admin. Where does this then lead the students? Because they don't get to be guided in terms of how to deal with teacher administrative tasks. Also, we found that there is a lack or poor communication and insufficient feedback and critique during lessons. Now, having looked at the two stakeholders' expectations and the reality, this then leaves us with a question of how to bridge the gap between the two stakeholders' expectations and what the reality is. And our recommendations with my team are as follows. We recommend that the institutions, meaning that the universities, need to collaborate directly with the schools that they send students out to for teaching practice and the department to provide mentor training for both stakeholders. This is to ensure that there is a clear set of expectations and responsibilities for both stakeholders involved in the mentoring process. Also, there needs to be proper feedback and daily debriefing sessions to ensure epistemic conversations between the two stakeholders, which is the mentors and the teachers. And in closing, this is what Benjamin Franklin has to say about mentoring. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I may remember. But involve me and I learn. I thank you.
The epistemic conversation between mentor and mentee. A focus on mutual willingness in mentoring relationships between teaching practice. My name is Yaklita.
And my name is Ndibokazi Kwabe.
So, focusing on the important discussion between mentor and mentee during teaching practice, Ndibo and I will be focusing on the mutual willingness of the mentor and mentee during this mentoring experience. Now, as student teachers, we depend on our mentors to guide us through the challenges of the classroom, right? However, mentoring goes beyond just passing on knowledge. It's about fostering an environment where mentor and mentee are both active participants during the mentoring process. Now, during my 3 years of teaching practice, I had the opportunity to work with wonderful mentors. And recently, in my last teaching practice as the final fourth-year student, one of my mentors were open. They were more willing to receive feedback from me, and this created a collaborative working environment, allowing me to express new ideas and also to incorporate modern teaching technologies in my lessons. In contrast, my other mentor, who was more experienced, but they were more stern, they did not welcome these contemporary technologies within the classroom, and that experience taught me that the success of mentoring lies with the willingness with the mentor to actively engage in the epistemic conversation, okay? And our growth as student teachers does not only depend on the mentor's experience, but also the willingness to have that conversation where we can collaborate with each other and share feedback with each other. A mentor is somebody that listens, adapts, and is willing to grow alongside their mentee to ensure growth, okay? And then by merging those two, it will benefit both parties, which is the mentor and the mentee, which would then allow us to have a more effective mentoring experience.
Greetings all. I'll be looking at the epistemic conversation between a mentor and a mentee. And now the question at hand is, why do we need to have these conversations? These conversations are important as they develop or allow development for the both stakeholders at hand. What stakeholders are those? We are speaking about a mentor and a mentee relationship. And now it is important for these two parties to engage daily in order to develop within the community of practice. And now, how does that happen? That happens through interactiveness, through engaging on experiences, sharing knowledge, sharing ideas, techniques, and so many other things to share. Now, why is this important? This is very important as it allows for development or calls for development within the community of practice. How? That happens through engagement. On a daily basis, I want to put emphasis on that because I know that, I speak for experience, or I speak for many of us when I say it is not every day that we have engagements or conversations with our mentees. And so it is very important that we have these conversations as they develop both of the parties. And through sharing ideas, growing together and pouring into each other, each one teach one. Now, I also want to look at what both of these parties bring to the table. A mentor brings vast experience as they have been within the practice for a number of years or have been teaching, and so they carry so much experience which could potentially lead to growth for the mentee. But now, what does the mentee bring to the table? We bring a vast experience from different schools. We bring new ideologies, techniques, and ideas. We bring to the table different exposure because I know that we come from different schools within the period of the last 3 years that we have been doing teaching practice. And so from that, we have gathered also our own experience, which could be the benefit of not only us as the mentor-mentee, but the very important person within this, the learner, right? So it is important for us to have these conversations as it allows development within the community of practice, and it allows for us to grow, develop each other through and through. Now, as there is a Xhosa proverb that I would love to share that says, "Inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili," which translates to say, we seek wisdom to those that come before us. It is important to acknowledge the role that our mentors play, but equally it is important that they acknowledge us as we bring so much to the table. And I thank you.
Now, does that not give us hope for the future? Definitely does, eh? And as a teacher for, I'm not going to mention how many years, it is, I think, I'm privileged to have one of my ex-teachers in the audience as well, but I feel quite comfortable knowing that we can hand over the baton if this is the generation that is going to lead our country. So thank you very, very much for your contribution. So at this point of time, we are going to have a Q&A session. I'm going to ask my colleague to come and collect the floating mic, please. So during the presentations, you were tasked to please jot down any questions, both online and in person, which you would like to pose to our presenters who are seated on the stage. At this point, I'm going to ask Drs. Pretorius and Drs. van der Heever to please assist to just see which hands are raised, and then to allow that the floating mics go to the person so that the questions can be asked and all of the audience are able to benefit from it. So if you will please assist us, Drs. Pretorius and Drs. Van der Heever. There will be a floating mic on each side. So the floor is open for questions to either the online presenter or the panel that is sitting here. Mr. Van Beek, will you please assist with any online questions that we have? Any questions that you have for our esteemed presenters who are completely seasoned in the topics that they have sourced? Okay. Dr. Van der Heever.
My question is for Ms. Creer, who was online. I don't know if she can hear me, but I recently had some feedback from first years who went out to teaching practice in grade R classrooms. And some of them were in classrooms where the boys were not allowed to play inside the dollhouse and the girls were not allowed to play with the cars. Others told me that they watched as the children had to draw a picture of what they want to become one day. And this one girl drew herself as a mom and a house director.
Okay. Home executive.
Yes. And then the teacher told her, no, but that's not a job. So you can't draw that. So I've become aware recently again of these gender things, and I know we live in a specific society, but I'm wondering if you look at the free play and the teacher-directed play and the research she did, is there any guidance for young teachers and maybe even from CAPS or, yeah, I'm just wondering about her experience in that specific field.
Ms. Kruger, are you able to have listened to the question, and are you able to please respond? If you can unmute your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you.
I just speak. Okay, cool. You can unmute. Okay. Like I said, it comes down to the culture in which the school is located. So it is important, especially for young teachers that don't have a lot of experience as the, I don't want to, let's call them the older generation, but not to imply anything negative. We don't yet have that experience, but it comes down to the school, the location. You need to be open as the new young teacher and be open to the different cultures within your classroom, because you can't enforce the way that you grew up and your values and your culture, because it differs from the children within the classroom. So it's just important to note and understand that your values and the way you were raised as the teacher may differ from the children within the classroom. So it's, yeah, it comes with experience how to deal with that and handle the situations. But I won't, let's say, I won't be negative towards the child and the drawings. You just need to ask questions regarding it for you to understand why those pictures were drawn and why they play in the different play areas during free play, why they would choose that type of play and that scenario. Because you have to understand their culture in order to fully understand and not be negative towards that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kruger, for that. There's another question. We've got Professor Brady's hand up and also Dr. Sheikh.
Thank you very much. I don't have words to say because I am so overwhelmed by these three presentations. And I was here talking about right brain and left brain, and I favored right brain, and there they are. So we spoke about play, we spoke about making meaning, and we spoke about heart-to-heart communication with the mentoring, isn't it? So I really commend the, what you call presentations, and I'm sure also the educators that have inspired them along these lines. So thank you very much.
There are two more hands that I see, Dr. Sheikh. If you can just, excuse me, gentlemen. Okay, right here in front. And then Dr. Pretorius, how much time do we have left? 5 minutes. Okay. There are two more hands, or three. 1, 2, 3. Those will be the last hands that we are going to take. And then, Mr. Van Beek, if you can just assist us with regards to any online questions as well. Dr.
Thank you very
Sheikh?
much. This is a question for Ms. Kruger. Thank you for that lovely presentation, Ms. Kruger. I have a question related to, you spoke a lot about the importance of children learning through play. I would like to know, as a future teacher, what are your suggestions about teaching through play? What does it mean for teachers to actually teach through play? Thank you.
Ms. Kruger?
Thank you for the question. It is, learning through play is oftentimes misinterpreted, and it's actually very easy, simplistic examples. Let's say when during mathematics, we can play, or the teacher can ask the learners to play snakes and ladders. And while playing that, you incorporate mathematics and a die with the numbers, which represents, well, the dots represent a number. And in languages, you can play I Spy with My Little Eye, the beginning sounds of words, the colors or shapes within the classroom. So it's very simplistic ways in which educators and especially young teachers can play games through, so the learners play through learning, and it's a excellent way to lay the foundation and ensure that it's properly understood within the classroom, that learning through play doesn't have to be this complicated scenario. It's the simple games that we used to play as children that we can implement in the classroom.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kruger. Dr. Sheikh, happy. On the other side, we had, yes.
Good morning. I'd firstly like to commend all five of you on those beautiful presentations, but specifically my Mowbray people. You guys have made me so proud. I have a question for all of you. It's just a general question with regards to you going into schools as a novice teacher. You are new to the environment, and as we know, at teaching practice, when you get to the schools, they tend to just put the student teacher in any classroom. Whether you have been there for 5 years, for 70 years, or you started last week, you are now a mentor teacher. What is your opinion on that? Do you feel there should be some sort of body created where there are only specific teachers who have a certain amount of years experience who can be a mentor teacher, or do you think it's fair to be a junior teacher? You are new to this, but you are now someone else's mentor.
Thank you for your question, Nicole. I don't think that mentees should be assigned to only people with experience, because I think from our experience, we have experienced that it has not really done much for us, and I believe that we have so much to offer, and we would know what to do, how to assist them best as we come fresh out of varsity, and we have so much more to offer, and there's so much more they could learn from us, even though we are fresh out of university, because we have exposure, we have been to classrooms, we have done teaching, we know everything by the book by now, or we are still yet to learn, but I know that for a fact, we can train or be mentors, and great ones at that.
Okay, I would like to say that when it comes to mentoring, we should actually have a program in place at your school. So a teacher that wants to mentor, or the school can decide, let's train at least one person within that specific subject who can actually have or get the student teachers when they come to school, because there need to be some type of just foundation laid in terms of what the expectations of mentoring is. So whether you're going to be a novice teacher next year or not, and you're at a school that actually has that program, and you can get trained to actually be a mentor, because I mean, you know how to teach, you know how to look at all the evaluations and things that they want you to do. You've done this now for 4 years, so that should be fine. But a training program to actually say that, okay, any teacher that wants to train a student can train that student. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I know there's another question here in front. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning.
We've got 5 minutes left just to
Okay,
give,
fine.
acknowledge that.
Let me appreciate all the presentations. I have two questions for two teams. The first one is with the learning through play presentation to say, when you were busy, did you experience any form of resistance, especially in the schools, because they are used to learning not through play, but learning?
Okay,
And
that
then-
question is for Ms. Kruger online.
Yes. And then there is assessment. There's one HOD who's taking care of the teachers, and the HOD is not for grade, it's for foundation phase. And here there is this teacher who's busy with assessments that are related through learning, through play. So our HODs supportive of those teachers that are conducting learning through play in grade R, or are they pushed towards schoolification, meaning not learning through play, but learning like they are grade ones, so that they can be able to assess and their assessment fit the templates that are available there. So that's what I want to find out as to whether was that established. And then coming to mentoring, there were beautiful recommendations that were made. My question is, are those recommendations going to end in this hall, or will they be actioned out? That's one. Two, there are expectations between mentor and mentee, and there's reality. Now, was there a room created for discussion before even the process started, or it was hitting the ground running, we'll see where we end up? That's why we have this scenario of expectations and realities, and the two not coming together. And lastly, how long should one have learned within a learning area? Experience with the learners in the classrooms, and experience, through pedagogue and the theoretical frameworks and the theories will make one a best mentor according to your experience on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Before you're going to take the mic, could I just ask to turn the mic? Our online presenter wants to ask you to please repeat your first question. She did not quite get that, and that will allow the others to also just kind of solidify their responses. You may speak amongst each other.
Okay, thank you. My first question was there no resistance on implementing play, learning through play? Because as a ex-teacher, no, I'm as a teacher, I'm not ex. As a teacher, we during my times, we never had those 110 minutes and 90 minutes of free play and play guided. So if you come and tell me that you want to play, I see chaos. Was there no resistance?
Okay, thank you very much for that. I also just want to make the presenters who are going to be responding, we only have 2 minutes. So Ms. Kruger, we only have 2 minutes, so we're going to give you about 30 seconds to please respond to that questions, and then the others will consume the 1 minute and 30 seconds.
There was resistance during the teaching practice. It was very clear that there was resistance from not just the class that I was in, but the other classes as well. There was a lot of resistance because they weren't used to the free play and teacher teacher-directed play, or the concept of learning through play. They were implementing a strong grade 1 classroom within the grade R classroom. So yes, I would say there was a lot of resistance towards learning through play.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kruger. Are you happy with the response? Okay, we are going to hand over to our second question. Mr. Fontaine, will you be taking the floor on that? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your question. And I'm going to be answering the question as to whether there is room for the open conversation between the mentor and the mentee. In reality, yes, there should be that room for open communication and open dialogue between both stakeholders. However, with our experience, the institutions do send out letters to the mentors stipulating what is expected of the mentors and of the mentees as well. However, based on my experience, I noticed that teachers tend to turn a blind eye from those letters. Instead, they want you to carry out their tasks. They want to deal with their own work while you continue with teaching. Hence, we suggest that there should be active collaboration from our institutions, not only through written communication, but in person with the mentors, and also the provision of training for mentors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fontaine, for that. And then I'd like to also, yes, you may applaud, it's fine, sorry. I'm going to just also mention that on that point, what stood out is the informal type of mentoring. Very often it's not the formalized one. We've got formalized programs at certain schools, but I can also recall that during their presentation, they spoke about that chats that you have during the break time. And that is also where you solidify a good type of understanding of the informal mentoring that is taking place at schools. So at this point of time, we are coming to close the first session, and I'm going to ask okay, there's one more question, Dr. Scott. It needs to be very brief because we are exceeding our time according to our timekeepers, and we're going to go into the break, but let us allow Dr. Cornelissen, may we? We have got Dr. Scholz and then our colleague over there. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the student who spoke about semantic gravity and semantic density. Going back to what Mr. Daniel said earlier about when we were at school, and how a lot of the maths that we did was procedural. You just filled in the little slots and you got the right answer and that was fine without realizing the meaning behind it. So, and I'm suspecting that it's still happening in many schools in that way. So you are providing a different perspective on it, but it is still a challenge, I think, and that is the challenge I would like to pose to you. How are you going to How, in your own practice, maybe, will you turn that around with the very heavy load of content that we are supposed to bring across to our students? Because this does take a lot of thought and time to turn that around.
Thank you for the question. I think it won't happen all at once. This will be baby steps going forward into the practice. And like I told my lecturer, I'm 21 years old and I've only now realized what the meaning is of the long division algorithm. And that's the way it's been taught in schools. And I've gone out 8 times to teaching practice, and that is the way 8 different teachers in 8 different schools have done it. So it won't be an easy process to go and say, this is how we need to teach, this is how we need to make connections, and it will take time, but I think it would be awesome if we can get all maths teachers in, say, a district and start with one small little step in each section of the mathematics curriculum and say, let's think about it this way, because everything is procedural. And when I studied for math exams, that was the thing that made the knot in my stomach. I can't remember every single step. I can't remember every single formula. And what my lecturer has been teaching us in the past 4 years, it doesn't have to be taught with steps. It doesn't have to be taught with formulas. There is so many ways to get to the same answer with much simpler steps. So I think when I go into practice next year, I would definitely start at my own school and try to make a difference there, and then see if we can make something bigger of something small.
That is awesome. The last question that we have, and then I've got one online question that I'll read, and that is going to be posed to Dorisa and to Siam Tanda. Last in-person question, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. I will try to be short as much as
Please.
I can due to time, but I will ask my colleagues to speak on mentoring. Now, there is things that happen during TP, in particular during TP. I wanted to ask in terms of ethic and professionalism. I want to raise, maybe you are aware or you are not aware, there are mentors who are not mentoring because they want to. They are mentoring because they are being assigned by the HODs or the deputy principal. And then you turn those mentors, or the majority, the mentors that I have experienced, they won't give you comment, or they won't give you like sign your TP form and so on and so on. They will just say maybe do it yourself. You see? So, and amongst the colleagues or student teachers, I found that this is a common thing, and I just want to check, are you aware of the matter? And in relation to ethic and professionalism, what does it say? Thank you very much.
Okay, I think this is going to focus on the willingness. I don't know who's going to take the...
Thank you, Liso, for the question. I think that going under professionalism and ethics, they are not binded to do that, right? But we are assigned to them. So I think it is something that would have to be taken upon the institution and the schools that we are assigned to, so that there's a conversation that takes place in order as to how we can come about those things, because I know for myself as well, I have experienced that, where you're just, where the form is just, you're just given marks and you're told to go and sign it yourself. So now, where is the growth there? Where are you mentoring me, you know? You get to do yourself, you get to do that yourself, and so there's still a lot of work to do in that regard, because there's a lot of lack of professionalism when you go to schools. And so I think it is actually a point that we really need to look at, and Mr. Daniels, for those that will be doing teaching practice next year, I really think it is a point that really needs emphasis and to be looked at, as we did engage with you in this, about this in class, and told you that we are facing such, and it is a problem. So over to you, sir. Giving that one to you.
You see, that is what happens, eh? They start giving you instructions, which I love. So I think that really goes with the willingness, and the willingness comes from both parties. The mentor needs to be willing to take the lead, and so also the mentee needs to be willing to be mentored. I'm going to share with you the question that's online, and this question is directed to Ms. Teresa Carstens and Siam Tanda. What are some of the negative experiences that the student teachers have gone through in the time that they've been at teaching practice, and how did it impact on their teaching experience, or what did they learn from it? I'm going to repeat, what are some of the negative experiences that the student teachers have gone through during their teaching practice, and what impact did it have on their teaching experience, or what did they learn from it?
Thank you for the question. This is just based on a personal experience and situation now. I am an accounting student teacher, and my mentor teacher at a school I was at last year, he was also the deputy principal, so he was hardly ever in the classroom. He was always busy with admin. But he gave me his classes. Like, he would say, oh ma'am, doen activiteit 3.5. And then I would just jump in. My lot is English, but I'm teaching in Afrikaans. So the thing is, that could be something negative because I'm just there like jumping into the river, not even being able to swim or don't have little things on to swim. But one thing I did learn was when I went to teaching practice this year, I had a completely different mentor. And when she went on a camp for a week and asked me to step in for her, I was not scared. I was like, yo, I taught this topic last year. It was the exact same term, it was the exact same situation. She wasn't able to be there. And I felt so like good and confident. Because the thing is, last year I was drowning when he just said, oh, do this. But that actually gave me some experience for this year. So I think as much as we experience negative things during TP, there are also ways to look at it positively. Because when we experience negative things now during teaching practice, next year, when you're in that same situation, you will do better. You won't repeat that. You will be able to do better because you would have learned how to swim or how to go with the flow. Okay, thank you.
Okay. In addition to some of the challenges that we face as student teachers, according to my experience during my first session of teaching practice this year, I found that teachers tend to be stingy with their classes. I don't know whether it's coming from a sense of not trusting us as student teachers, but I believe that they should at least give us the benefit of the doubt so that we can be able to see the growth and development within ourselves as well, so that by the time we go out to practice, we would have gotten, ample time to put what we have learned into practice.
Now, they make us so proud, and at this point of time, we are going to be taking a break. But before we do that, I'd like to have all of the presenters, please, also those that will be presenting still after this in the second session as well, to please just line up in front for a group photo. And Mr. Van Beek, you are tasked to do an online photo with those people who are online. And then we are going to do a break. And we will be returning. We just need to look at the adjusted time. If Dr. Pretorius can just tell me when it is that we are going to need to come back to convene for the second session. But at this point of time, you may make your way downstairs or to in front of the stage, and then also the other presenters that will also be presenting. Can you just please join them? And then Dr. Pretorius, I think you are going to be doing the photo as well. Yeah. Could I also ask, I think, Dr. Cornelissen, could you just assist? Would you like to have the deputy deans and the staff members as well, or only our presenters? All the attendees. Okay, all the attendees will need to be in front. Okay, can all the attendees please make their way to the front of the stage, and after that we are going to have only the presenters. So I'm just going to repeat. Could I ask that we have one meeting? All of the colleagues and audience, please convene here in front for the photo, and then we will have only the presenters. Okay, people, before you leave, it's going to be the comfort break now. If I could just have everybody's attention. We have got the food is going to be in the foyer. We ask you to please note that there are two coffee stations to prevent congestion. So you are going to be back in your seats by 20 past 11, please. By 20 past 11, we need you to please be seated in the auditorium. And a gentle reminder, no food to be brought into the auditorium. Enjoy your break.
Thank you. Presentations.
Yes. There is my.
Are we using one laptop? Or
There is our gentleman that is.
All right.
So can you go and break his hand like you broke mine now?
But then I didn't even.
You didn't even really. Sakta eentjes man. En slaat hij me nog achter die. Did you see that now?
Yeah,
He first catches my hand, then he hits me on a back. I mean, honestly, I almost went flying. Oh, okay. Now you tell me. Okay.
This has been captured. It has been
It has
captured.
been captured. It's fine.
Tell me, are we working from one laptop?
We-
Just for quick, or can I use my own laptop? What is the procedure?
We're working from one laptop
Okay,
to,
that's fine.
To the same time. You have a
Yeah, I've made some changes on
oh,
it.
you made some changes. Okay.
Yeah, the
So-
one I sent through was PDF,
Yes.
but this one here is
Oké, dit is fijn. Ik ga niet zien dat zij na zijn presentation gaan. Ik denk dat zal ik niet voor jou dan druk om dit. Okay, people, we are preparing for our second part of the program. So I have asked people to please be seated at 20 past. And we are going to start as we did earlier on, punctually at the prescribed time. So if we can all please settle down, we are going to start off with our second part of the program. Those people, as they are entering on that side, if you can just please make your way to your seats. At this point of time, as we are waiting on the others to arrive, I would just like to acknowledge the presence of our SPFET HOD, Professor D'Souza. If you can just please stand, and people can just acknowledge her presence. Please, a hand for Professor D'Souza. Our second keynote speaker, I'm just needing to check, is Professor Kluter. And he will focus on a point that is quite dear to my heart, and that is the emotional well-being of our newly qualified teachers. Just to give you a brief background on Professor Kluter. He is a microbiologist and water expert and is the CEO of the Cape High Education Consortium. He is also a former Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Studies at Stellenbosch University. He served as the Dean of the Faculty of Science at Stellenbosch University and holds a Doctorate of Science degree from the University of Pretoria and a Senior Doctorate of Science degree from Stellenbosch University. He has promoted more than 100 MSc and PhD students, authored 5 books, holds 10 patents, and has more than 160 scientific publications to his credit. Professor Kluter also serves on the editorial boards of several journals of science, and in 2016 he was appointed by the Minister to serve on the Academy of Science of South Africa Council, and is a board member of the Cape Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He was also selected as one of the legends of the Academy of Science of South Africa during 2017. Please allow me to welcome to the podium Professor Kluter, and please let us give him a warm round of applause.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, Program Director, and a very good morning to all of you. It's so good to be here, and I'm looking forward to share some of my experience and some of my ideas with you, and some of the perspectives that I got having been in higher education for more than 40 years. I'm giving away a little bit of my age here, but age is like just a number, as they say. I want to talk to you this morning about higher education in general, and a little bit also about resilience, and also unlocking the genius that you have within you and the genius of the people that we teach. I am totally convinced, and having, as you heard, supervised more than 110 masters and PhDs, that everyone is born with the same amount of genius than a Leonardo da Vinci or an Albert Einstein. And you might be sitting there and asking yourself now, okay, so what went wrong? Now, a lot of things actually can go wrong. And part of what goes wrong is the expectations of other people and the expectations that we have of ourselves. I remember well when I was a first-year chemistry student, our professor came into the classroom and he said good morning to all of us, and then he went to the middle of the classroom, pointed down the middle, and he said to us, half of you are not going to be here again next year. And I was happy I was not sitting in that half. And then he went to the other half and he said, and half of you are going to be here again next year. I was wondering, what was he trying to say? Perhaps he was trying to brag a little bit that he was already a professor. I'm a confused first-year student, battling to find all my lecture theatres. But in fact, I heard him admit in front of all of us that he was too stupid to teach us. Because why would he allow us into the university and then tell us that he's going to fail us? Surely that was his problem and not mine. And it was like that. A lot of the students actually failed. And later on, I was at the University of Pretoria. I became the chairman of the School for Biological Sciences. And guess who was reporting to me there? This same professor. It was like quite sort of a good day in my life. But I could help him to think a bit differently about the people that he was training and the people that we train. What he should have said to us, he should have said, get to know the people that are sitting next to you, in front of you, behind you. Those are significant people. Those are the leaders of the future. They are going to be important people, and they are going to make a success of their studies. My experience has been, and I've said that to thousands of students, in fact, and he changed his behavior. He was not telling students that he's going to fail anymore. In fact, he was trying to tell them that chemistry is actually not such a difficult subject. All you have to figure out is where the electrons go. And once you understand where the electrons go, it becomes an easy subject. So it changed the way he interacted with students. And the students started finding and building confidence in themselves. Our whole education system is set up to fail us. Even if you get 90% for a subject, you're still failing by 10. And that over a long time creates the image of yourself that you cannot succeed. You're never good enough. Even with 90%, you're not good enough. And by the way, no one has ever been able to tell me why 50% at a university is good enough to eventually get a degree. No one. No educator, no one. So students get 50%, they pass, they leave, and they don't have the graduate attributes to actually be employed. And we, in fact, have to change that. That's one of the things we have to change. I'll say more about that a little bit later on. So the first message is here that we are all brilliant. And you have to make your decisions as brilliant and smart people. The other thing I've learned is that we have more than just one intelligence. In all of this brilliance that we have at least 10 different intelligences. I'm not going to speak to all of them. I will single out a few. The one intelligence is just the information focus or knowledge. For many of us, we spend a huge amount of time gathering just more information, more knowledge, more information, more knowledge. Eventually you become a lifelong learner like myself, who just kept on studying, and I'm still studying right now. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Knowledge is important. Imagine that you are on an operating theater and someone is doing a heart transplant and they have to Google the next step. Or you're on an aeroplane, and the aeroplane is on the runway, going at 300 kilometers an hour, and the pilot is on his iPad. Okay, so what do I do next? So that knowledge is important. But it comes with a caveat that you know that the knowledge that you have about a particular subject can also become the biggest limiting factor for you to solve problems in that particular subject. Einstein said that you can't get yourself out of a problem with the same mind that got you into the problem. Let me explain that to you so you can see how this works. Imagine you walk into this big castle and you find in the foyer of this castle, Anthony's dead on the floor, Cleopatra's asleep on the couch, and there's a bowl that is empty. Now you must, if we had the time, we could play the game, where I could ask you what happened there, and you can only ask me questions on which I can answer yes or no to figure out what happened there. And I promise you, most of you will actually ask the same question. It's about, was there poison in this bowl? Did Cleopatra kill Anthony? It's a whole murder scene, because we make the association with of those names with the names of people. And if you've read a bit of Shakespeare, you immediately have this idea, okay, this is like a murder plot. What actually happened there is that Anthony is a little goldfish, and Cleopatra is a cat, and someone bumped over the bowl, and Anthony just suffocated. But we will solve every problem that we have from within the knowledge that we have in our minds. It's normal. This is how we survive life. This is why it is important when you try to solve a problem to get a diverse group of people together in the room, different cultures, different qualifications, different experiences. Because when you've got, and this, by the way, is also the biggest advantage or the competitive edge that South Africa has. We have one thing in this country that very few other countries have in the world, and this is the diversity of people. It is the strength, the most important strength in South Africa. The fact that we have 11 languages, that we have so many different cultures, and so many different people. Because when you put them in the same room to try and solve a problem, you create intersections. And it's these intersections where you create new ideas that never existed before. So don't try and solve a problem with all the people that are knowledgeable about that problem, or in that particular field. So if you solve COVID, don't only put in COVID just microbiologists and virologists. They will not solve the problem. Get social scientists involved, get engineers involved. Ask your PA to be in the discussions and so forth. Because they will ask the so-called dumb questions because they can. They're not a subject specialist. And there's no such thing as a dumb question. What they will do is they'll push your boundaries. And in that, you build this resilience and you come up with new ideas. So it's important to have information, and you can have, the more you have, the better. But be aware of the fact it can limit your ability to solve problems. Second intelligence is what we do with what we have. The practical intelligence, being able to translate your academic knowledge into something that is useful every day. Then we have an intelligence which we call creative intelligence. In my mind, creative intelligence is probably one of the most important intelligences because it helps you to come up with original ideas. And there are a number of ways that you can help to think creatively, because if you know how to think creatively, you overcome the problem with information focus, so that your knowledge in a particular field does not become limiting but empowering. Let me give you an idea of what I mean by creativity. Creativity is to come up with original ideas, with something no one else has ever thought of before. I wish I had time to ask you, what is the thing that you have in your mind? Or what is the idea that you have got and came with that no one has thought of before? And you know what? People don't think. They think, but they don't think. Even clever people don't think. Or people that you expect should think, don't think. Let me give you an example. Have you noticed that the keyboard on this computer and every other computer in the world is not alphabetical? It's this Q-W-E-R-T-Y. And I was often wondering, since they mixed up the alphabet here, why did they get the letters right there from 1 to 9? Surely they could just have also just mixed them up. But they didn't. They mixed up the keyboard. Do you know why the keyboard is a QWERTY keyboard and not an alphabetical keyboard? In 1876, Christopher Scholes designed the keyboard for a mechanical typewriter to slow down typing. Because people were typing too quickly on an alphabetical keyboard and they were physically jamming the hammers, those of you that remember the old typewriters. So to overcome that mechanical problem, he designed this keyboard using the English language and letter pairing. It's never changed. In more than 120 years after the discovery of electricity, the computers, Microsoft, Steve Jobs, all of these people, Bill Gates, they've never changed the keyboard. It's an insult to human thinking and intelligence. Surely, by now, I should at least have had a choice whether I want an alphabetical keyboard or not. By the way, an alphabetical keyboard would have helped me a lot because I learned to type the Columbus method. I don't know if you know the Columbus method. It's seek and land, seek and land. So at least I would have known more or less where the A is and where the Z is, and I would have, it would be easy to find these letters. Well, what is fantastic right now, of course, is that you can speak to your computer. And you must use that function. Use the dictate function. Put your computer on, put it in Word, put on the little microphone, and speak, and you have voice to text. And there are so many AI programs. By the way, AI, most people think is for artificial intelligence. This is wrong. There is no such thing as artificial intelligence. I would reckon it is augmented intelligence to assist intelligent people. I'll give you just a small example. I did a review this past week of the CSIR, big organization, science organization. And we had many presentations, 3 days of back-to-back presentations, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, ending at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And what I did, just to give you an indication of how important this sort of thinking is, and the use of augmented information, I recorded. I had my desktop, and as they were speaking, I was recording the presentation. And after the presentation, I had the full presentation in a Word document. And without any punctuation, I copied that into a program called Notebook LM. Notebook LM is a program that you then can do an executive summary. And within 30 seconds, I had a full executive summary of that speech, and I could share it with the people. They didn't know, the secretariat couldn't figure out how I can, within 5 minutes after the presentation, send them a full summary of that presentation. And you've got more options than I just used like the option which says a briefing document, because this is what we did. And then, when we did the discussion, I turned all of those briefing documents, all those presentations, using Visla into a 2 to 3 minute video. So they didn't have to read it, so when we had the discussion, I showed them the video, so that we didn't have to read it, but we saw the video of that presentation with all the animations and so forth. But people don't think. I'll give you just another example. I talk about the keyboard. How do you switch off a computer that runs on Windows? You go to start, to shut it down. How many things in this world do you start to shut down? Why can't I just shut it down? Why is there not on this big screen a button that says shut down? If you want to remove your flash disk from your Apple computer, you drag it all the way to trash. There where you trash everything else is where you save your flash disk. There is no logic in that, which tells me people don't think. And there are many other examples. People just don't think. But creative intelligence is important, and being provocative is a very good tool for being creative, because provocations opens your mind. Give you an example. Why do we have a 50-minute lecture period? Or 40 minutes, I'm not sure what it is here at CPUT. 45. Why do you have a 45-minute lecture period? Irrespective of what you study. Whether you study history or mathematics or chemistry, 45 minutes. That in itself is a problem. You would think that it should be different times because you're dealing with different things. 45 minutes. I asked the question when I was Deputy Vice Chancellor at Stellenbosch. I asked the question to Senate. It's a 50-minute period there. Why do we have a 50-minute period? A bit like school. And then one of the old professors there, who's been there for many years, said there was a rector at that university many, many years ago that wanted Stellenbosch to have an 8-hour day, starting at 8 in the morning, ending at 5, and 10 minutes looked like a reasonable time for students to move from one lecture theatre to the other. How intellectual is that? Zero. Nothing. The question should have been, what do we want to achieve in this module? And then you work back to the time that you need with your students. And it's still like that. We just get stuck into that. University is just the continuation of school. And then we have a 3-hour exam. Big problem. We dummify our students with the 3-hour exam. Life does not happen in 3 hours. And within a 3-hour exam, you cannot get into the higher cognitive levels. You can only test the lowest cognitive level, and this is what did you remember. But you don't get to analysis and synthesis and eventually creative thinking and developing your own opinion. And then you get 50% and you get a degree and you've got graduate attributes that make you unemployable. I was at Mazars, a big company here that does auditing, international company, Forvis Mazars. Did you know, when they give an exam to people with a BCom degree in South Africa, only 3% of graduates with a BCom degree pass the Mazars exam. Most of them cannot do a financial statement for a company. Whose fault is that? It's our fault. It's our fault because we don't teach them right. What should the value proposition be? How do we change the value proposition for our students? In fact, I don't think a student that enrolls at the university should ever fail. If you have to take down an exam to know whether your students know something or not, you have failed as the lecturer. You fail. By the time they complete your degree or your course or your module, you should know that they know what they need to know. I'll give you an example of what it should be. All of us have a cell phone, isn't that so? How many of you have attended a workshop on how to use the cell phone? Put your hands up. No one. No one. Not even my 4-year-old granddaughter has done a workshop and she can use the phone. Why is this? What drives that behavior? It's two things. You own it, and it brings enough value. And when you have that combination, you don't have to teach anyone anything. They teach themselves. And this is what we have to bring back into schools. Self-directed learning. Self-directed learning. And not a 3-hour exam. Imagine if all our teenagers, you say, well, we think we want to give you an iPad. Before you can get an iPad, we're going to give you an exam for which you have to get 50% before we give you the iPad. They will laugh at you. If you give them an exam now on how to use an iPad, they probably have invented new ways and they'll get 110% without an exam. So the way we assess needs to change. If you had to ask a question and give your students 1 week to answer the question, 1 week, open book, they can use any tool and assistance to answer that question. The kind of question you will ask will be totally different to the one that you ask that they have to answer in 3 hours. Totally different. Your assessment technique determines the learning that actually takes place. And our students are clever. What do? They pass. They get 50%. They play the game. The professor's game is get them through so that we can get the subsidy and pay salaries. We need to change that fundamentally in higher education because we are dummifying brilliant people by the way we teach and by the way we assess. Let's move on. There's also something, of course, like practical intelligence. Practical intelligence, there are a lot of people that can do things with their hands. And you can't be good with your hands and be dumb at the same time because your hands don't have their own mind. So I reckon that if you become an artisan in South Africa, if you go to a TVET college or any other place where you learn how to become a mechanic or a plumber or an electrician, your chances of getting a job is 100% better than someone with a university degree at the moment. And you'll be self-employed. And you'll make a lot of money. I like to tell the story about this neurosurgeon that spent 19 years at university to become a neurosurgeon. And he had a problem at his home with plumbing. Got the plumber out, the plumber came there, and the plumber fixed the problem in 20 minutes, wrote out an invoice for 2,500 rand. So the neurosurgeon looks at this, he says, what? He says, I spent 19 years at university to become a neurosurgeon. I don't make this kind of money. So the plumber looks at him and he says, and neither did I when I was a neurosurgeon. So do not underestimate the value of people that can do things with their hands. It requires a huge amount of intelligence to be good with your hands. Then I want to move on to what I think is the most important intelligence of all, and that's emotional intelligence. Why? Because emotional intelligence drives the other intelligences. It unlocks the potential in human beings. Let me give you my 1-minute definition of emotional intelligence. Very practical. It's realizing that all of us in this room and in this world have an emotional bank balance. And every time that you interact with another person, you are either going to make a withdrawal out of that bank balance or you are going to make a deposit. If you are constantly negative, disrespectful, unfriendly, unthankful, you bankrupt people emotionally. Negative people. I avoid negative people like the pest, more than COVID actually. And some of them, when they park in the parking lot at the same time, and I know they're negative people, I will give them a head start. I don't want to meet them because they'll spoil my day before it starts. On the other hand, you build people when you are friendly, when you are thankful, when you are kind. By the way, did you know everyone in this world is fighting his or her own battle? You are not the only one. Be kind to other people because you might be the one that saves their life. People are under a huge amount of stress in the world today. Huge amount of stress. So just be kind. It doesn't cost anything to be kind. But most importantly, acknowledge other people. You know our deepest need as humans is to be seen, is to be acknowledged. I used to teach many students. In my one class I had 600 students, so they were in two groups of 300 because we did not have a lecture theatre that could accommodate all of them, and the half of the class was also in Afrikaans, the other in English. And what I did was, within the first 2 weeks, I learned their names, each one of them. So I learned 600 names in 2 weeks. That is hard work. And they had to give me a photograph when they enrolled. And I would carry the photograph in the top pocket here, 10 at a time. And then I'll pack them out next to me while I'm working, and I'll learn their names. My wife used to tease me. She said, I only put the photographs of the young, nice ladies in the classroom in my pocket. Which is not the case, of course, because I also knew all the students, the men students, I also knew their names. You know what difference that made? If someone put their hand up in class and you say, good morning, Jane, what do you want to ask us? And even more, if they haven't attended class for a little while and they come in, and you say, well, welcome back, Peter. Haven't seen you in a while. But that acknowledgement is incredibly important. I forget their names, unfortunately, after those 6 months. Then those names, I forget those names. And but they don't forget it. The students don't forget it, that someone knew their name. Small acknowledgement. But because we don't acknowledge each other in South Africa, we have invented self-acknowledgement. Would you like to know how this works with us? Listen carefully when people meet one another. They'll say, good morning, how are you? And then they'll say, I am fine, thank you, but man, I'm busy. Have you heard how many people tell them that you're busy? Why do you want to tell someone else that you're busy? It's got nothing to do with them. But what you're actually saying is that I'm important. So don't waste my time. People demand my time. I'm a busy person. You must watch their face if you answer them back and say, I'm fine, thank you, but I'm not busy at all. I've got all the time in the world. Our students do it differently, though. I mean, the students also have invented self-acknowledgement. They do it in a bit of a different way. When they say hello to one another, how are you? They'll say, I'm fine, thank you. But I'm tired. A lot of young, tired people between the age of 18 and 25 on our campuses. Because what they are saying to each other is, I'm having such a great life that I don't get time to sleep. Emotional intelligence, acknowledgement, extremely important. And that, I mean, for everyone. For everyone. The people in residence that dish up the food are important and significant people. They need your acknowledgement. They will not have the life of the people on the other side of the counter busy studying towards a degree. They'll still be dishing up food 10 years from now. The other people will live in a big house, drive a nice car. Be kind to those people, especially kind to those people. I want to end off by talking about success. We all want to be successful, isn't that so? I don't see people put vision statements on the wall that I'm striving to be unsuccessful. So what is success? Success for most people is achieving the objectives that you set for yourself, and that is important, by the way. You must have a good reason and excitement to get out of bed in the morning to live your day. If that's missing, you'll end up being depressed. So worthwhile goals are important because they motivate us. Motivation is sustained in the pursuit of a worthwhile goal. No one else can motivate you. It comes from within. Viktor Frankl writes in his book, Man's Search of Meaning, and I was very fortunate to read that book at a very young age. He writes in that book, you must always have something yet significant to do in the future. Always something yet significant to do in the future. That will motivate you for a lifetime. A few years ago, before my mother passed away, she was 89 years old, and I visited her in the old age home in Petuli, a small little place there in the Free State, and I asked her, what excites her when she gets out of bed in the morning? And she was there, and she was busy knitting a little colorful jersey. And she said to me, Eugene, I knit jerseys for poor children. And the primary school was just across the road from her room. And she pointed and said, look at that. There were tens of little kids running around with her jerseys. Something yet significant to do in the future at the age of 89. But you know what? There's more to life than achieving objectives. Because you get good at it. You succeed in achieving objectives. So what's on the other side of that? What is on the other side of achieving all of these objectives? It's living a significant life. What is a significant life? A significant life is where one of your main objectives is to help other people succeed, where it's not about your own success only, but about the success of other people. And in our occupation, we should remember that. If I look back at my long career and I look back at what made my life significant, my career significant for myself, it's those 110 masters and PhDs that I graduated. They are like monuments in my life because 8 of them are professors, many directors, and all of them successful. And then, of course, and I'm ending with this, interpersonal intelligence is extremely important. How do we bring civilization back into this world that at the moment is a bit in disarray? There are many wars, more wars than ever before, in our own country and so forth. There's one word, and that word is that we need to respect one another. We need to respect ourselves, respect other people, and respect this planet. Why is respect so important? Because respect says you can have a different color skin, you can speak a different language, you can have a different culture, and that is like 120% okay. Because the one thing that is for sure is that we are sharing time on this planet, and it's up to us to make sure that this time is a pleasant time or a difficult time. So if you're in a position to make life easier for someone, don't make it more difficult. Learn to think. Be successful. Strive to be significant. Help other people to achieve their goals. And with that, I'd like to end, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Klute, for those insightful words of wisdom. I can definitely resonate with a lot of what you have said. The being busy, I think it's actually an acronym that says, I heard it sometime, that it says being busy is being under Satan's yoke. So we kind of, because we pride ourselves in being busy, I'm busy, and that is also that it boosts our importance in life. But at the end of the day, we're actually a slave to the tasks which we do. And then the other one that I also heard is, we can't wait to retire. I hear people saying they retire. And what I've read in a online research is that there's one gentleman, it was a pilot, and at 80, he was found not being able to see so well anymore. So obviously you don't want to be in a, people are laughing. And then he said, but I'm not going to retire. I'm going to actually start a new profession. And he studied to become a chartered accountant at the age of 80. So my words to you, and I think I'm going to speak with you on this one. We don't retire, we refire. So that is going to be the one.
Just one word perhaps on retirement. I did not figure out the idea of retirement, so therefore it is not applicable to me. How can I let other people decide when I must stop and start working? So it's about rewiring and not retiring. The young people here, don't think of retirement. If it's not your idea, it's not applicable to you. Thank you.
At this point of time, we are going to, I know Professor Klute is going to be leaving. Dr. Pretorius, if you are just going to please do the honors of handing over a token of our appreciation to Professor Klute at this point of time. Thank you very much. At this point of time, we are going to be moving on to our next item on the program. The following presenters are requested to please have a seat on stage after they have done their presentations, and attendees both in person and online are invited to please take notes of the questions that they'd like to pose so that our presenters are able to then respond to that after their presentation. So our next presenter that we are going to call to our podium is Ms. Ingrid Lucas, and she's going to be representing the South African Council of Educators. I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm speaking to a different page here. I'm going to call, please Ctrl-Alt-Delete all of that. The following presenter is going to be representing the South African Council of Educators. So please allow me to welcome to the podium the CEO, Ms. Ella Mokhalani. So please let's put our hands together for Ella Mokhalani. Humble apologies for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels, and good morning. Is it morning still? Yes. To the colleagues and also the leaders from the Faculty of Education. It's nice to be in this campus in person. At least for the first time I'm coming to CPAT, but yeah, it has been a cold but good morning. Let me start by just congratulating the colleagues that are here for their choice of joining the teaching profession. And I'm hoping you did not crash land. It was a choice. And this is very important for me because I like this quote that says, to the world, you may be just a teacher, but to your learners, you are a hero. And you know how they don't really believe in anything. If it's not coming from the teacher, they don't believe in it. And so, yeah, that's something that you should pride yourselves in. And thank you very much to the faculty for the befitting theme that we've already seen on our screen. And I want to start by also saying one of the attributes of having a professional, of a profession is to have a professional regulatory body that takes charge and leads the teaching profession. But it's also about having standards and ethics of that particular profession. And therefore, for me, you have a sense of connection, you have a sense of belonging, because you belong to the South African Council for South African Council for Teachers, and we can't wait to see you in our schools next year when you start with the teaching profession. Having said that, we've got 3 different mandates. One is to make sure that we provide for your registration that you are already familiar with in terms of your provisional registration, but we are also responsible for promoting your continuing professional development, because you need to keep abreast with what you are doing in the profession, and also making sure that you maintain both the ethical and professional standards. Now, we do that through making sure that we have a code of professional ethics We also have a professional teaching standards, and we have the professional registration criteria and policy that guides you how to go through that process, and also the CPTD management system, which is your continuing professional teacher development system that makes you a lifelong learner. And therefore, SACE is the first port of entry into the profession. First. You can't go, and when I say first, I mean first. You can't go to the WCED and say, no, register me, and then later on you realize you are not registered and say, by the way, it was a mistake. So we check you out of the system if that happens. And we determine who enters and stays in the profession. The choice is yours, whether you're going to adhere to the standards or not. Section 21 of the SACE Act is very clear that any person who qualifies for registration in terms of the SACE Act is not an option, register with council, but we're also saying to the employers, like we normally say to WECD and SGB Association and Independent School, no person must be employed as an educator by any employer unless you are registered with SACE. This is very important because then you need to have that certificate and sign on the dotted line that I'm taking this decision to become a member of the profession. And as you do that, we say to yourselves, you are entering into some sort of a invisible contract, social contract, to say we are going to take care of this country's children, we are going to adhere to the standards of the profession, we are going to maintain and uphold the ethical standards. But one thing that I've noticed many people do not even read or see is the left-hand side. Or on your right, mine is left. This part is a pledge that you make to the profession. It's a pledge that you make to the parents of this country. It's a pledge that you make into the children that you'll be teaching, that you will stay true to the profession and you shall not bring the teaching profession into disrepute. So the next time you get hold of it, give yourself time to go through it and read it, because there will be a day that will remind you, can you bring your certificate? Read it for us. So why are you in this mess? So let's do it. Let's go back and make sure that we deal with that. And because of the kind of a work that we do, we're saying we need to inspire a credible teaching profession. And obviously, as we do that, one of the things that I've already said is that you need to uphold and maintain both the ethical and professional standard. We lead the process of professionalization, which is really more about enhancing the standing and status of the teaching profession. Every morning, every day, you hear of that teacher in that particular part of Western Cape, of Limpopo, who've done something extremely wrong, or violated the child in a particular manner. And as you do that, we ask ourselves, what's happening to the image and status of the teaching profession? And if we are professionalizing as a professional regulatory body, it means we are saying we need to make sure that we enhance at personal level, individual level, some level of professionalism within the teaching profession, not only for those that are in the classroom, but also those that are studying here, so that they can really make sure that they keep those standards, because when they go to teaching practice, there are many horrible stories that we hear, and we don't want to make sure that we have those. But this doesn't happen automatically. I'm going to skip some of the slides in the interest of time, because you have them, you'll be able to go through them. Our professional and ethical practice, our behavior, our conduct is guided by the professional teaching standards, as I've already indicated. This is about your professional identity. You need to understand, who are you? Why are you in this profession? It's also about the professional knowledge, engagement that you're supposed to be having, and also the professional judgment. And I've seen when you were presenting earlier on with your teaching practice stories, I could see and sense a whole lot of professional judgment, a whole lot of agency that you've exercised on your own to say, if this is not working, I'm not going to blame somebody else, but I'm taking responsibility to say, this is how I can improve. There are 7 relationships between yourself and the learner, yourself and colleagues, yourself and community parents, the profession, employer, etc., that you are going to have when it comes to Code of Professional Ethics. But even more importantly, the Code of Professional Ethics, Mr. Daniels, it's applicable 24/7, 365/366 a year. It's applicable even in this room today. It's applicable even at that beach. You can't say, I met this learner at a beach. I did not know that it's a learner. It's literally applicable 24/7. So there was a story some time ago of Amy who was on Big Brother. I don't know if you remember, was a teacher, and he was using the cucumber for sexual activities. And it was said she brought the teaching profession into disrepute on a national TV. And that followed her. Dismissal by the employer, struck off indefinitely by SACE. So I'm just giving that typical example so that you can understand, watch your social media, because it's one area that is going to break us in the profession. So we need to be very careful what we do, how we even write the children's marks and say DEN as a domkop on social media and take the pictures of those children. So let's be careful of those kind of issues. But it's also we're also saying teaching is based on ethical commitment to the learning and well-being of a learner. I'm happy when our colleague who was presenting online talked about the clashes of the culture. And how do you deal with cultural issues? How do you deal with sexual identity issues? Because those are the realities that we're seeing and having as we continue. So we need to look into all these matters and make sure that we are on board in terms of those other issues. But we're talking about the values of the profession, and I'm not going to talk about the values more because I think in the morning with your presentation, Prof. Reddy, you spoke a lot about the values of the profession. But when you go to Western Cape Education Department, you're going to find the values. But integrity is another one that is killing us. When you get that money from the young ones, you're collecting money for something, and you think, no one is watching me, can I borrow myself that money? It's not going to work. So let's serve with integrity, but also make sure that we are really honest and we are true to our profession. Even when you are tempted as a professional teacher, you shall not sexually assault and abuse a learner. We are saying you will not even have a sexual relationship with a learner from anywhere. I know Section 17 of the Employment of Educators Act says at a school where I'm teaching, but which says a learner is a learner, 24/7, like I said. It doesn't matter you met in that sport or whatever in the township. So therefore, let's model good behavior. Don't be the statistics of the 150,000 teenage pregnancy that we are seeing in schools, because it's getting worse. And part of it is because of the teachers that are really engaging with the young learners. We've got part of the Code of Professional Ethics is also talking about the educator and the learner. Go and read what it says so that you can understand some of the implications for it. Manage your emotions. And also anger management. Because if we are not going to do that, we're going to have common assault and grievous bodily harm from corporal punishment. Let me say it, Western Cape, out of the 9 provinces, Comrade Ingrid, it's #1 on corporal punishment. And the bulk of the issues around corporal punishment we receive is grievous bodily harm. It's not even just common assault and all that. But remember, if Bella gets signed into law, corporal punishment definition even means so many things. Just making him or her to squat, just putting them in that corner, just doing this. So there are many things that we're going to have to deal with and look at it and look at the implications. But there are also things that saying you're not going to go out because you're making noise or you're doing this. Don't come to school if you don't have shoes or whatever. Remember, it's part of corporal punishment. So those kind of issues that we're going to be dealing with them. Even forgetting children at school. It's something that is happening. In classroom, you forget, then you see them on Monday. It can be happening. Let's make sure we can do better. I'm gonna professional competence. You'll have. I'm told I'm left with 2 minutes. You'll be able to deal with those kind of issues, so that you can really look into how you do the job, and the level at which you engaging with a whole lot of different material. But let's not damage the future of our children through sex for marks or ghost marks. Because you are saying this child gonna go through the system with fake marks because of your sexual pleasure, or they're gonna go because of you're lazy to do your work, and at the end of the day, you will be really dealing with their future and not necessarily making sure that they understand what they're supposed to be doing. Empowerment and also building your expert power, I'm not going to emphasize it. I think other speakers have already spoken about it, and I think you heard what Prof said. Yes, it's important to have knowledge, but there are other things that you need to look into. So let's go and deal with those. The last one, human relations, newly qualified educators. Case number 3, it says, is between yourselves and the oldest, ourselves. So you're saying exactly the issues that you were raising. To say you're coming with innovation, we are saying to you, you found us here. And then you're not going to be given a chance to do what you do. And as a result, you have serious challenges of them even punching each other within the staff rooms. And we need to find a way of dealing with that. I think about 45% plus is around human relations, especially the women that are dealing with that. So I've given you some of the issues that you can read at your own leisure, and as I be told to stop, there are also other examples that you can go and learn about. So my last slide is saying it's not the job you do, it's how you do the job that is going to keep you in that particular profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moklahani. And I would like to speak to our students with regards to when we focus on the professionalism. And Dr. Pretorius looked at me while I was smirking, because many of these things were concepts that we spoke about in the class, in the lectures. Am I right, Nicole? When we spoke about the fact that we should not undervalue ourselves as teachers. Similar to many of the other professions, if we look at medicine, it has got a board that governs us. You have to do your theoretical work, and there is a practical component. And the same thing applies to teaching. We have to do our theoretical work. We go out to world to do our practical component. So we should not undervalue our own profession. And we need to also bear in mind that we are the ones, teachers, you as you are sitting there, you are the ones who are responsible for the doctors, the lawyers, the engineers. They have to go through the hands of a teacher. And you know the motto that we have for this term is, I think I can, so I can. And many of the times we need to just realize and think of that nothing is impossible. It is possible as long as we stay within the guidelines as Ms. Mokhalani has just indicated to us. So once again, thank you very much for for the presentation. It was really very good for us to know that there is a guideline that we need to follow. And I know that there will be quite a number of questions that they will be asking you shortly. So please jot them down. I am going to be moving to our next presenter, and let me try and get it right this time. From the newly qualified teachers SACE accredited course, we will now have a presentation which is compiled by Ms. Judith Sachs and Ms. Melanie Sadek, and they are doing it in collaboration with UCT and CPUT. And once again, you are asked if there are any questions that you'd like to pose at the end of it. Please make a note of it, both online and in person. And I'm going to hand over to Ms. Melanie Sadek, as she's going to be doing her presentation now.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Ruben said, my name is Melanie Sadek, and I am very honored to be here this morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about our project. Many of you know me. I have been part of CPUT for a very, very long time and part of the education faculty for a very, very long time. So it's really nice to meet some of my colleagues from the faculty and my colleagues from Ingrid from SACE and Ingrid from SATU and the colleagues from SACE. So just, I think it was so nice that you, Ruben, put the SACE just before our presentation, because I think our project is built on the understanding that, as Prof. Kluti said, we can only do certain things during the time that you are doing your studies to be a teacher, and then you go into the world of work, and then you have different challenges. And I think that many would have alluded to the fact that when you actually get to the school, you can't say that you know everything. And so our project is based on the fact that you need to continue learning, and you need support. As Ms. Mokane said, there are many challenges within schools. She alluded to some of them. We hope that through our project we can assist you to, in fact, move through those challenges and address them head on. So I'm here on behalf of our project, which is a CPUT and a UCT project, and I'm presenting on behalf of my colleague Judith Sachs and myself. So the project started and was established at UCT in 2016, and then in 2020, coincidentally, it was just before COVID, in fact, CPUT joined. Now, many of you might not even be aware of it, but I also then moved quite quickly after that. But we are very much part of this project, and I'm hoping that after this presentation, we'll have a lot more CPUT students joining our project. Okay, so we spoke about some of the challenges, and you people are not there yet, but over the years, the 4 years, well, more than 4 years, 8 years that we've actually been busy with the project, these are some of the comebacks from the students or the newly qualified teachers that we speak to all the time. And I think even just from teaching practice, some of you online and here in the audience will be able to relate to some of those challenges that you have experienced. So the newly qualified teachers project has a vision of being able to enable and support teacher retention. We did find that many of our teachers were not able to cope with many of the challenges in South African schools, and they were going off to China and Korea and everywhere else. And we really wanted to look at how do we support these teachers so that they actually stay in the country. And then we also wanted to support the ongoing development, both in terms of knowledge, as you had said, about being change agents and eventually becoming our educational leaders. So that's quite a big vision. But so the project started, and we looked at the time at UCT, they only offer the PGCE, so it started off with only newly qualified teachers from the PGCE. We then extended it, and so all teachers, right from BEd foundation phase, all the way to PGC and SPFET, all teachers can join the project, all subjects, job or no job. We do find that there is an issue lately in the last 2 or 3 years where our students were not getting jobs. It's something that we are acutely aware of, that we're picking up with the Department of Education around why this is so. And our project is primarily located in Cape Town because we do have face-to-face workshops, which is ideal, but we do also have online hybrid workshops so that people, newly qualified teachers all over the country can actually join, and they do. So we do have a short course, and it's 25 points, 15 points, sorry, I can't see. And this is one part of the project where students have to attend those professional development workshops on a monthly basis. We do individual mentoring, and they do professional reflections every term. Some of the workshops include classroom management, and again, going back to the SACE presentation, we do realize that when you are in academia, we really can't cover all the issues that you have, especially with things like classroom management. So many teachers then resort to other not or wrong ways of actually dealing with that, and we actually look at it and try and suggest ways of dealing with classroom management. So we've got a particular workshop that we call Peace Discipline, and students actually learn quite a lot about that. We talk to teacher identity, the idea of a pastoral role, and you would have known that as teachers now, particularly in South Africa, your role is not only about teaching those learners. We have a bigger role, and so we actually help them around that, having a voice in the classroom, as Mohalana said, so that you don't actually end up being silenced, but also that you don't resort to anger when trying to deal with that. We have SACE workshops, terms and conditions of employment, so we talk to our counterparts, the unions come in, and then a very important part of what we do is look at teacher health and wellness, because I think self-care is the one area that teachers actually are not aware of, that they neglect. So we do focus on that as well. So we just wanted to show you some of our teacher workshops, and some of you might recognize people from CPUT from the previous years that are part of our cohort of NQTs this year. I don't know if you people know Andre Bartos. He was from you last year, I think, and some of our third years. So at the end there, you will see that the students who had graduated, who met all the requirements, graduated. We have quite a big thing at the end of the year, and got their certificates for doing this particular short course. And really the workshops are held so that, because we're very aware of the kind of time that teachers don't have, And so we try and run the workshops after hours and only once a month, the physical workshops, so that it doesn't interfere too much with your preparing for your job, essentially. Okay, so besides that, if you don't want to do the SACE accredited course, we also have what we call the project, right? And the project is for everyone. We have a big WhatsApp group, and in this WhatsApp group, you register, and then we are able to communicate with you. You are able to communicate with us around what some of the issues are, and those are more generic issues. On that big WhatsApp group, we also post jobs, because as I said to you, this has been one of the particular issues. So any jobs that we find, posts that we find on Facebook and elsewhere, we actually post onto the WhatsApp group, and in that way, we support the newly qualified teachers in finding a job. Then we have what we call subject-specific WhatsApp groups. So those groups are for your content subject. So, for example, Mr. Robert Solomon, which some of you might know, he's on our technology WhatsApp group. And so if you have any questions about how to teach technology or something that you are struggling with in teaching technology, they would on that group be able to assist you. We also have a Google Classroom, we have a website, we've got a Facebook page, Twitter, and we are on Pinterest. Then we have a winter school, and some of you, including Dr. Potgieter, has presented at our winter school. This year we had quite a few of the lecturers from CPUT, and I want to acknowledge them, who came to our winter school and presented professional development workshops. It is absolutely free. So we have not only newly qualified teachers, but teachers from all walks and years of experience that come for 3 days, and they absolutely love it. And so you can see that we cover all the subject specializations. I think Mr. Solomon is in one of these things, and then we have the creative arts and some science ones as well. There's some more. There you can see one of your third-year IP students, Mowbray. Mr. Solomon is in there, and so we chose some of the people that you might know. Also very hands-on, but also we have the SACE people, we have the unions there to support teachers around issues of, for example, contracts and that kind of thing. So this was our last one, very successful. We do it 3 days in the June holidays. Okay, some more. And here, for the physical education part of the LO, Professor Boer did a really nice thing with him as well. Unfortunately, we couldn't get them in here, but yeah, some of more of that. So, so you can decide whether you want to be part of the project and not do the mentoring. So the individual mentoring is one-on-one. I have a few students from CPUT and from other institutions across the country. We meet formally once a term via WhatsApp, and they talk to me about their challenges and issues that they are experiencing, and I mentor them individually. Ms. Sachs does the same for the UCT students. So very much, we become very much aware of the everyday issues that you are experiencing when you are in the schools. So if you think about what is what impact we've had, we think that we've been really successful. We've expanded in terms of the number of students that are part of it, and we want to invite you to please register, see how you do. We also have issues of students who are seeking employment, and so I help students with their CVs. We get a professional in as well. So if you can register, I think we open in November, and then we support you in terms of trying to help you find a job. We do find that students actually have a problem with putting together their CVs, and so I spend quite a bit of time trying to help them to just massage those. So this will be made available to you as well, but I just want to end off by what our NQTs, because it's directly from the horse's mouth, what our NQTs have to say. And we can stop it whenever you are ready. Okay? So even here you might.
This program, I have had the opportunity to connect with experienced educators who have provided me with guidance, who's provided me with advice as well as encouragement. The mentoring sessions is very, very, very valuable and is so beneficial. It has allowed me to create a space that is safe and open, and has allowed me to seek advice and ask questions and to gain insight from those who have been in the teaching field for many, many years. These sessions has particularly helped me build my confidence, helped me with my teaching strategies, as well as to navigate the complexities of being in a classroom with 45 learners, as that was my reality.
Hello everyone, my name is Intesang Makutu at 2024 NQT. The mentoring sessions that I get from my mentor are exceptional. They help me to improve on my personal and professional development. I love the fact that during winter school, we also get sessions where we even get encouraged to take better of ourselves as teachers, because sometimes we can forget to do that. Not only that, the workshops also help us to improve on our teaching and learning sessions.
The reason I would encourage you to join the NQT is because it's really the perfect platform for you to find the support, the motivation and the encouragement you need as a first-year teacher. Judy and her team are so warm and welcoming and always available to help. And as a first-year teacher, that is actually what you need. You need the support, you need an ear just to listen to your problems and to guide you, and that's what the NQT does.
Yeah, I don't want to say this course changed my life, but it set me at ease in this career path that I have chosen, with a variety of workshops that is being offered and went to school. It set me at ease. It taught me about how to fulfill these roles and responsibilities to the best of my ability. And yeah, I've joined the course in 2024, and I've seen it through to completion, and what an aid it has been to me. I recommend this course to any and every new teacher looking to make an impact in the teaching field. And yeah, they give lacquer snacks also at every workshop.
Okay, thank you. So we will be in touch again with you as fourth years to give you the information. But in the meantime, if you are interested to see what all this about, you can go and look at our website. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Melanie, for that insightful presentation. And I think it really puts at ease a lot of our colleagues who are going to be entering the profession next year, knowing that they, as I said to you, like Liverpool, you will never walk alone. So thank you very much for the support that you are giving them. I'm going to be moving on to our next presenter, and I'd like to do the intro as saying, as coding and robotics are incorporated into our curriculum, we are honored to have in our midst the Deputy Chief Education Specialist for Coding and Robotics, Mr. Don, who is our third keynote speaker. He will now come and join me on the stage and will share his presentation, which will shed light on these new developments in the education arena. So please put your hands together for Mr. Don.
Do you have a clicker? All right, that's fine. It's fine, that's fine. Not working. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon already. First, I want to start off with a question. So,
let me take this. I can't stand still. Please, man, I can't stand still and talk. It's like the classroom is sitting on behind the stage. Question, please read the question, and then solve the problem. I give you 1 minute. This is actually for grade 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s. It's not for, it's a simple computational question. You got it? If you have it, put your hand up. Put your hand up, put your hand up. Problem solved, put your hand up. Done. Okay, let us see who got this. Who got this? Hands up, hands up, hands up. Let me first see. Let's see the people that said A. The people that said A. A. Any A's in the house? Any A's in the house going once, twice? No A's? Any B's? Any B? B. No B's. Some people are still thinking. C. C-U, 1, 2, 3, there's a few C's, 4 C's, D. It's 1 D, E. Hartstikke 8, E. F. There's F. And some is just confused. Totally. Now, colleagues, if we talk coding and robotics, we're talking problem solving. It's not about devices and in all of that. That comes as a vehicle, but ultimately this is what coding and robotics is thinking. And Prof mentioned earlier is people get lazy to think, and our kids get lazy to think. This is all thinking. Now let us look at how did you get to that answer? Because some stuff happened there at the back end of this computer where you had to decompose, apply abstraction, look for an algorithm, and make a decision. Okay? So let's quickly see, just for the sake of time. And I'm take it step by step. There are at most 3 people of any age in it. So if you look at where's 3 people, there's 4, cut out A, cut out E. So A is out, E is out. There's at least 1 smaller child or baby in it. 1. Okay, there's 4 E is out. Okay, all children or babies appear to the right of the adults. But remember it says it must be facing you and there must be 3 people in it. So they're facing you. So who's facing me? We have an E, we have C. Then F, remember they're facing you. So which means C. No, it's C. Is that correct? The people that said C, it's C. So this is some of the questions, is just to get our kids thinking. Now, that is for grade 5s and 6s, intermediate phase. And that is what coding and robotics is. The devices comes, but it comes as a vehicle. And there's still people figuring out. It's okay. Just in short, who is Ashrik Dawn? Ultimately, I'm just a person that dreams. My vision is to create a future where all learners are critical thinkers, problem solvers, and innovators. And I think that is what's missing when we talk about unemployment. We're all dependent on a job. Nobody is creating work. We need more entrepreneurs. We need more people that can think and create. And it all starts with basic education. If we don't get our kids through to make the right subject choices and to be innovative, then nothing will happen. So my dream is that we have more critical thinkers in our schools that will feed through to be more functional. And just about me, I have one of my little ones, my father, and he's autistic as well. And so special education is also very close to my heart. So who am I? I'm the Deputy Chief Education Specialist, Coding and Robotics. I'm intermediate phase as well as senior phase at this stage. And as you know, it is an official subject. And it's been promulgated and will be in the schools from 2025. This one or two stuff that need to come through in terms of letters and what. But for foundation phase, it will be from 2025, and then each year after, grade by grade. Okay, then it will give the system time to adapt, teacher trainings, and all of that needs to come with it. Now, my presentation is about implementing coding and robotics in a South African context. And we have various contexts, just in the Western Cape, but also nationally. And it was quite a topic in terms of, can we actually teach coding and robotics in this country? Must we teach it? Is it needed? Is it not a waste? Why should we do it? And there's all of the questions that came out. So I'm going to just look at a few schools that we actually visited and give some context. But I first want to touch on what is coding and robotics. And as I said, when people, especially teachers, when they hear the word coding and robotics, they think of devices immediately. They go into a panic. I can't do it. I'm not able to. I can't switch on a computer. Especially our foundation phase. I'm not sure. I don't want to discriminate, but especially our foundation phase teachers get really, really scared when they talk about coding and robotics. But ultimately, as I showed in the first one, that first when I opened, coding and robotics is about problem solving. And that is what coding and robotics is. So we look at the current curriculum. The curriculum is also written for that. And I was part of that curriculum development team. And the discussion was, how do we create an inclusive curriculum? And this is one curriculum that feeds from grade R straight to grade 9. And the inclusivity comes from, if the previous draft was very much focused on devices and a lot of technology. With this new curriculum, it was based on unplugged in grade R to 3 that could be inclusive for everyone, irrespective if you have a device or not a device. But the core of coding and robotics, this was a discussion, it must be critical thinking, problem solving, development of computational thinking, and design thinking. We want what do we actually want to create? Innovators, entrepreneurs. And because the curriculum is competency-based, which means our kids learn skills. And if you have skills, you become more confident because I can do things, I can solve a problem, I have tools, I can be creative. So that is, in short, what the curriculum is about. Just a very quick overview. There are 3 strands within the curriculum, which is coding, robotics, and digital concepts. But the bottom part is very important, and that is computational thinking, logical and critical thinking, design thinking, and problem solving. That is what we want to achieve. The strands that we have is also nicely laid out in terms of the coding. This is where we work on computational thinking. The robotics section is where we work on the design thinking. And then we have also digital concepts, which in that stage we didn't work in AI. But AI also came in. Now, just in terms of context, and as I mentioned, we have various contexts. We have rural, we have our urban, and then we have also inclusive. And sometimes we forget about our inclusive schools. And nobody talks about actually what's happening and give attention to those kids. But to start with our rural school, and I have one school that really stood out, and we have a few, but the specific one, the Rust Vachura Academy. I visited the school last year, was introduced to the school. Let me start the story. I actually met the teacher first at the training. So that young teacher, she's in the intermediate phase. She attended one of our courses. We have developed 2 integration courses for coding and robotics, and she attended both of those courses. It was in September. And beginning of this year, she gave me a call and said, Mr. Don, would you like to come to our school, come and be opening our lab for coding and robotics? Of course, I would say yes. I must for niet apples. So I go to Breda, to Overberg, Dat is net so buitekant Tilbag, outside Tilbag, is the school. It's a farming community, rural school, all around is just farms. And the teacher they started, after they walked out of that workshop, she went to attend another workshop, a UNISA workshop, and she got free resources through a contact. I'm not sure how she got it, but she got 3 resources, Lego resources, and she started this club. Long story short, the background of the school is about 1,400 learners, grade R to grade 12, and they also now an agricultural school. So all of those kids, it's about 50 plus farming communities around. So most of those kids travel by bus to the school. There's just a background and context of the school. So they have started with no resources. It's just a teacher that saw an opportunity and said, listen, I can do something. I've now empowered, I have knowledge, but I don't want to keep it. I want to actually have impact. And she reached out and got resources through contacts, and they started this coding club at this school. And it didn't stop there. They started the club, and the question was, how can we help our foundation phase? Now, this is still in the beginning of their journey, and they're not one of our pilot schools. And the foundation phase also came on board, and they started with the 6 bricks. So they started with the 6 bricks in terms of the foundation phase. And now they've integrated, but slightly. It's not a once we kind of fully integrate it. It's like we put our feet in the water and just touch it, and we step out. But at least for me, is they're trying. Especially in the foundation phase, is not, you don't mess with those teachers. You must gradually bring them in. And then that knowledge didn't stop there. They also reached out to their neighboring schools, because the principal said, we have now this little bit of knowledge, but we're not going to keep it to ourselves. We also want to empower our schools in our surrounding area. There is just some of the good stories in terms of schools, but it all comes down to a principal. And then one of our, flagship schools, Beaumont Primary, there's also one of our pilot schools. They have a different story. Here is a specialist teacher for coding and robotics. This is a gentleman, Mr. Kobus. He was formerly a software developer, studied teaching, and he created really magic in terms of what they have achieved. So their journey started in 2017 with coding and robotics. They have now fully integrated it from grade R to grade 7. They have also now integrated it across their subjects, which means they're integrating it in all the subjects. But the foundation phase still starts with unplugged, and they have a mix of activities. Just in terms of what is currently doing, and this is not totally in alignment with the curriculum that's currently out. So while the curriculum was the previous draft, they created their own curriculum for their own context. And I supported it, because some of our districts also was actually involved in this. So if we look at a foundation phase, what is happening in foundation phase? It's still concrete and gradually moving into abstract. That's why the devices is not the start when we start with coding and robotics. That kid still must play. I learned about midline crossing when I was working with my foundation phase colleague, in the importance of it. And that all still happens, but is now highlighted within coding and robotics. And then there's a slight transition from concrete to abstract. As we talk plugged, we talk 6 bricks, we talk anything that is concrete. If we talk, plugged is actually now, your device, unplugged is your concrete. And here's just some of the activities. This is the primary, not primary, but grade R. Let me just quickly skip some of that. Grade 4. Here we transition, and as I said, in their grade 4 to 7, they have adapted their curriculum to a more integrated one. The current curriculum that we have, it is a standalone subject that links to certain subjects. There is integration, but it's difficult for a teacher to integrate if we do not understand coding and robotics. I can't just integrate. So, but the integration is there. But this is a school, as I said, this is an expert teacher, and they have 2 labs. It's a well-resourced school as well. Then the school Dorothea, special school. Here's a different story, in total different context as well. This school is located in Stellenbosch, so they service schools in the Clutisville area, Wallisdean, Bloekombosch, I think Elsie's as well. So they service that school. So this started with a dream in 2020, with the iPad. So one of the parents asked the question, why can't our kids not also be using iPads? Because there was a certain software there that helps for kids that has, for example, autism and so on. And that journey started there with just a few tablets. To skip forward, last year, they became the first Apple Distinguished School. Not just in South Africa, in the world, inclusive. There's only 800 plus Apple Distinguished Schools around the world. Apple Distinguished School, you don't just get a badge. No. This is a learning journey. The school needs to integrate in all of their classes. In all of the classes. I see, but I'm not going to stop. I still have extra minutes. So they have integrated in all of their classes. And that is over a period of 2 years. A period of 2 years that they've integrated. So this Apple Distinguished is not being given for free. And just to touch base in terms of what's happening, the technology is used in all of their classes. The teachers have been trained, the learners are using it, the PID, SID, and ACD classes as well. So some of the teacher feedback that came out is that the learners are enjoying what they're doing. It helps with assessment, but also with the ASD. It also helps the learners, especially they don't want to talk and don't want to write. They have their own way of doing things. The unplugged coding, and this is where the special schools do it differently as well. The curriculum was not written for special schools, but they're using it in their own way and on their own level. And it only takes a teacher, but also a principal with vision to know that there is certain outcomes, especially these skills that needs to touch. They need to have something that they can play around with. And these kids work in their own time. For that little thing to be built, it might be something small for us, but in their world, it is a massive achievement. So I just wanted to recognize that as well. Then we had our provincial competition. And this one was also out of the different contexts. We have so many competitions, the World Robotic Olympiad, we have Lego, but we don't have a competition that includes all of our schools. So we have started this competition last year with a dream, a hackathon, and this was actually in collaboration with CPUT. It was happening last week. And it was absolutely amazing. It was unplugged of grade 3s and 4s. It was grade 7s, where they had to build a smart home. They had to build a smart home, and then there was also app development for grade 7s. I'm going to finish off with this. See, the master of ceremonies are here.
in the cardboard.
Are you also?
Now, colleagues, that was grade 3s and 4s that built that big robot. And that was grade 7s that built a smart home, 7s, 8, and 9s. And the competition, this was great. It's a hackathon. They had to solve a real world problem. It's not, they worked over 3 days, over 3 weeks to solve that problem. And on the day, they built a house. It didn't come with a house. It all happened right there, and they had to solve the problem right there. And this is what we want from our kids. So the curriculum is written in such a way. That is the result that we wanted to see. So it took the whole curriculum basically to have that day to showcase what is possible for our kids. On that note, I'm going to stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Don. That was absolutely insightful. And what I was thinking, what an exciting time for us to be in schools, to be exposed to this type of technology and developments. And what I keenly liked about the fact that there is actually no student that will be left behind, because what you actually presented to us was all inclusive. So thank you very much for sharing that initiative with us. We are getting to the close of the program, and we've got the second last presenter. And I just need to please call to order Mr. Don as well. Please do not, my title is Director of Program Director, not MC. I'm not going to take lightly to being demoted at this point of time, please. Thank you. Protocol observed. Our next two presenters respectively will focus on the importance of teacher unions. And our first presenter, Ms. Ingrid Lucas, will come and present as the Provincial Education Convener for SATU. So please, let's put our hands together for Ms. Ingrid Lucas.
Thank you, Program Director.
It is an absolute pleasure.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored, and we feel very privileged that SATU has been afforded this opportunity. I see some of you smiling. You've probably seen me at CPUT speaking about SACE, and that I got permission. I want to say I got permission from the CEO to speak at SACE. And then I was at Wellington campus about a week and a half ago. And so this afternoon, I want to just say to you that I am Ingrid Lucas. I currently hold the position of Provincial Education Convener. I've held many positions within in education, but my greatest achievement is that I have had thousands of children calling me teacher. And so I stand in front of you as a proud, qualified foundation phase teachers. And I want to say to you, congratulations on the choice that you've made. And I hope that it's a choice and not a soft landing because you couldn't do something else. We stand on the shoulders of many that have gone before us. And so we cannot fail them. We must do our best. Okay. And so I start off by saying to you, congratulations, you've made the right choice. And as you step into this profession in 2025, remember, it comes with huge responsibilities. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not going to be easy. And so you will have to ensure that you create networks. And today we salute CPUT because this is a network that has been created for you. This is an opportunity that has been created for you so that you do not feel alone. And so I hope that you realize that you have a superpower. You have a superpower to inspire, to motivate, and to encourage young people to do what you want them to do. but you also have the superpower to inspire them. Are you in a few years able to say that because of me and the role that I've played, that there is another teacher coming from you? All the other careers is going to come from you. But I always say that I am a teacher because of a teacher. And that is why I'm a proud teacher. And so I ask the fourth year students, if you should go for an interview in an hour's time, and the only question that is posed to you is, what is your why for education? What would be your response? What would be your response? What is your why? And so fourth year students, when you go back after the session, I want you to really go and sit and work out your why. Why do you want to teach? Why are you doing teaching? What is it that you bring to the table? Because I'm telling you, that is your philosophy around the role as an educator stepping into a classroom in 2025. And so I am an avid reader, and I enjoy Simon Sinek's books. And he writes about leadership, and he has quite a bit of YouTube clips as well. And one of my favorite books is Start With Why. And even though the book is written for leaders, it is something that you bring and connect with your own life, whether you're a teacher or whether you in your personal life. And he says, start with why. Why do you teach? Why do we educate? What are your goals? What is your vision? What is your motivation that drives you to teach? And then further, he discusses in the book the how and the why. And so, as you make the dots and you sit and you write your own why, first look at, why do I teach? How will I do what I do? And what is my purpose then in terms of what I'm going to do? And so, my why is that I believe that I have the power to make a difference in children's lives daily. I hope your why is exactly the same. And so I speak on behalf of a teacher union, and we've got our own why. And this is our purpose. Our purpose is that we do collective bargaining, and collective bargaining has got to do with your job. It's got to do with your conditions of service. It's got to do that we do negotiation on behalf of you. And one of the negotiations currently taking place is around salary negotiations for you when you enter into the field next year. So we're doing it on behalf of you. And we also encourage you to join a teacher union. We also do negotiation. We negotiate and regulate the relationship between the employer and the employee. We represent members in the interests of members, and we protect and promote the interests. But I want to pause by represent. As much as you have the right to representation, we say to you as a young adult novice teacher, do the right thing. We cannot condone immoral, unethical, unprofessional behavior. So when you join a teacher union, remember that besides the SACE code of conduct, you will be subscribing to the code of conduct of a teacher union. And the SATU code of conduct aligns itself very closely to the SACE code of conduct. And so I've given you a why. And how do we do it? We do it through our constitution. And in our constitution, we make constitutional promises on behalf of our members. And so when you become a SATU member, you need to remember that you are then responsible to uphold the constitutional promises as a teacher. So it's not only about imparting teacher knowledge or learner knowledge or content knowledge. You subscribe to ensure that education is accessible, equal, and qualitative. You make sure that the education that your learners receive is free from the legacy of apartheid, that we eliminate all forms of discrimination, and that you're responsible for social justice and social cohesion in your classrooms. And so we also believe that through our 2030 vision, that we create a learning nation and promote a developmental state. And you do that through the things that you do in your classroom, the things that you do in your schools. So there's a narrative that says that SATU teachers are lazy. And so when you sign a SATU membership form, we want you to be part of the narrative that changes that. So what are you going to subscribe to? You will subscribe to ensure that we will have better working conditions for teachers, that we empower teachers. But most of all, you must realize that your voice is going to be important for us. And today, we've heard voices today. We've heard voices around mentoring. And the head of registration asked the students, what are you going to do about it? So as you become a SATU member, at the school where you come, your teacher agency must come to the fore as a SATU member, so that as through the structures of the organization, we raise it at the national level, because we can influence policy. We can make the changes that is necessary. The young lady around the mathematics presentation, we want to say to her, do not lose courage. Provision is made for PLCs, professional learning communities, one step at a time. And in that way, she will influence education, because SATU has a model that teachers train teachers. And we also have a model that says that we can't do this alone. And I will speak about some of the things that is currently happening in the union. But we also try to bring together trade unionism and professionalism. We say to young novice teachers, you cannot go into a school and throw your toys out of the cot. You need to understand your rights as a worker, but you are a professional. And therefore, that makes you a revolutionary professional. It makes you a revolutionary professional, because you are going to make sure that the narrative is changed for education in the country. And then secondly, the narrative that SATU teachers are lazy, they are not present, and they are not at time. So we have a slogan that says, we can teach and fight at the same time. And so many of the times you will not be doing the fighting. It will be senior leaders in the organization that is released so that they can do the fighting in chambers, at SACE, wherever it is that they are representing us. And so we ask you to protect the profession with the amount of energy that we need to protect, because the narrative in newspapers, in the media, is that we're not getting the kind of recognition as professionals any longer. Oh, there's that note going up. Okay, all right. So as a revolutionary professional, we say, you must be prepared. You must be present. You must be in class. And that means that you will then hold your learners. You will be accountable to your learners in terms of being prepared. You must be positive. Whether you like it or not, it's going to be one of your superpowers. Like Prof said earlier, you're going to be distracted by a lot of things. You have the power to remain positive. If you are not going to be positive, no one else is going to be positive for you. Also be proud of the profession. Be proud about how you conduct yourself, how you speak, how you dress. You are the custodians of our profession. Be polite. And the CEO has said that people, and I'm talking about teachers, are more and more getting involved in personal spats with each other. And cases are landing up on the desk of the union. Eventually it lands up at SACE. Please, you are a professional. Conduct yourself in such a manner. You don't have to be friends. I always used to say when I was at school, I have my own fat, ugly friends. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm your colleague. You must also remember you are going to a place of work. It's not a social club. It is not school. Learners come to school. You are going to work. Okay? And then be patient. Be patient with learners, but more of all, be patient with yourself. Education is a journey. It is not a destination. So you are going to fail. I can tell you that. But failure is going to be the best teaching moments for you. It's going to be the best teaching master for you. And then, Satu, we believe that good teachers, they go to professional development. Now, if you do not understand, the CEO spoke about the CPTD system. There's a system that keeps you accountable to attend professional development. But more than that, the PAM keeps you accountable to attend professional development. And it's not only for post-level 1s. It's post-level 1, post-level 2, post-level 3, and post-level 4. So in essence, all our job descriptions are written in such a way that you must attend professional development. However, as Satu we say, great teachers implement professional development. So there's no use. You have a tick sheet. I've attended this, I've attended that, I've attended this. I've uploaded it onto the CPTD system, but you're not implementing it in your class. You're not bringing transformation to your class. And then further, we believe, as a professional teacher, you're a lifelong learner. You must stay current. Imagine you have a mechanic that qualified to fix a car, and let's use a Volkswagen, which is the Foxy. And I'm sure many of you don't remember Foxy. It's a Beetle, a Beetle. This person qualified in 1969 as a mechanic. Would you want them to work on your GTI Golf? Your GTI Golf 8, your GTI Golf 7. Would you want that person to work on your car? So colleagues, we ask you please stay current in the field that you're at. Uphold the professional standards and ethics. Get acquainted with the WCED's social media policy. You do not want to be in trouble. So as an educator stepping into a classroom, there's a policy, a social media policy written by this department that's going to manage your conduct in terms of social media. Be a collaborative partner. You can't do this alone. Teachers need other teachers. Teachers need other people in the sector. Surround you with people that's going to be your crutch. And then, as I reach the end, we want to say to you, guard against deprofessionalizing the profession. And what do we mean by that? We say that the department gives you standardized tests and they give you standardized lesson plans. It might be okay for you when you step into a classroom next year. However, remember that your learners' context and where you find them is going to be determined by you. And that's when we connect teacher agency, we connect teacher professional judgment. So please, as young people, novice teachers entering classrooms, do not be dependent on that. Do not deprofessionalize the profession. And then we have a view around technology. We say technology will never replace a good teacher. However, it will be an enabler. And that means that you will then be keeping up with the latest developments in education and in terms of 4IR. Oopsie. I want to go to the back one. It's not going back. Not going back. I want to say to you, as I close off, I want to say to you, it is not the classroom that matters. It's a teacher that makes a difference in a class. And I trust that you are going to be that teacher. If the only thing that you remember about what I've said today is, know your why and be mad. What does mad mean? It means go and make a difference in the classes and the communities that you serve. I thank you.
Now that is spoken like a real teacher. You could, can I get an amen? There we go. Because that was the passion that came through. So thank you so much, Ms. Lucas, for that. And I would love to be in your classes. I think we need you back in school, right? So I think as we come to the close and we're going to call to the fore our last presenter, also a union representative, and we call to, he's here already, Eager Beaver. Mr. Clint Carlson, the Executive Officer for NAPTOSA at the Provincial Office, and you are here now, and we're handing over to you to please conclude the last of our presentations. I'm not sure if you want to use the floating mic or...
No, I'll use this one. Okay. Thank you, Program Director.
Protocol observed.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just as a matter of introductions, the gentleman did give you my name as being Clint, and I'm with NAPTOSA, obviously a teacher union, National Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa, and we are obviously a national organization, and I'm sure if you watch the whole COVID thing, if you see things about on television, ETV, SABC TV, you might be familiar with our executive director, Mr. Basil Manuel. He's basically the face of NAPTOSA National. But yeah, just to say thank you to CPTUT for inviting us here this morning. We do appreciate the opportunity and to obviously engage with the final year students. I did have an opportunity, I think it was last year, we were invited by your Mowbray campus to address the final year students. So this is just another opportunity that is being given to us, and our NQT partners there from UCT, NAPTOSA is always extended an invitation to visit their program and to be part of their July holiday program, where I deliver things on conditions of service. And I'm just going to take you through that as a guide this morning. But for you, when you start in 2025, next year, you're going to go into a school, you're going to be fresh, you're going to be new, you're going to be full of energy, and you're going to mix with teachers that have been there with you or prior to you arriving. And they're going to ask you, you need to join a union, okay? So what do you have? You have Ingrid sitting here that belongs to SATU. Your colleagues are going to speak to you about joining SATU. Your colleagues are going to speak to you about joining NAPTOSA. Your colleagues are going to speak to you about joining SAOE. Now those are basically the three biggest unions, especially in the Western Cape, and SATU is obviously the biggest in the country. NAPTOSA is obviously second to that in the entire country, right? So this is the nuances that you are going to be faced with when you come in there on the 1st of January or when school starts in the new year. You're going to have to make the choice. What union do you belong to? Do I join my colleagues and join SATU? Do I join NAPTOSA? Or do I join SAOE? And you are going to have to make the informed decision. From a union perspective, I always say it's almost as if you're a bank account or you going shopping. Where do you get the best service from at the end of the day, right? Do you shop at ShopRite Checkers because you get the best service? Do you go to Woolies for a little bit of a premium brand? Where do you go? Do you go to Pick n Pay? So that is the ideology of unions. That is where you're going to have to start off and make your decision at the end of the day. Do I go to SATU because they provide a good, solid service? When I phone them, they are able to answer. Do I go to SAOE? If I need someone to come out and visit my school, they were there for me. Do I go to NAPTOSA that offers professional development, legal advice, conditions of service, all those kind of things? So that is the choices that you're going to make. Where do you bank? ABSA, Nedbank, Capitec. Who provides you with a good service at the end of the day? And that is the choices that you are going to make. You will see I'm going to run through our slide presentation, but that doesn't do justice to what happens. I think you want to know exactly what happens in your classroom. And from a NAPTOSA perspective, we will come out, we will visit you at your school, we do things for NQT, for example. If you've got a matter that you're not sure about, when you come out next year, am I going to be on contract, right? With the WCD, am I employed by the WCD? Am I employed by the school governing body? How much are they paying me at the end of the day? What are my conditions of service? Those are things that is not always taught at CPTUT or at UCT or at our various colleges introduced. If I ask any of you to raise your hand, how much do you earn when you start next year? Do you know? Excuse me? 30, 31, she's close. On contract, right? So there's the lady asking all the impertinent questions. She's asking the question, I asked, how much is she earning? She said, I'm earning 31 on contract. Do you know that when you're on contract, you get your basic salary, plus you get 37% in lieu of benefits. Now, why do you get that 37%? You get that 37% because you're on contract, you're not permanent, and because you are not permanent, you do not get a pension, right? You do not get a 13th check, you do not get medical aid, you do not get housing. So they give you your salary plus 37%, which they call in lieu of benefits. And many teachers, when they become permanent, they don't realize that now they don't get the 30% any longer, right? And that is where unions come in. I'm not going to rehash or recap what Ms. Ingrid Lucas said, because she spoke about collective bargaining. All the unions do collective bargaining. All the unions do professional development. All of them do labor matters. So if you've got a grievance, a dispute, an arbitration, the unions cover that. Professional development in the classroom. You can come for extra maths lessons. The gentleman spoke about robotics. SATU and NAPTOSA, we've got our robotics programs running every weekend throughout the year. So there are a lot of commonality between unions, right? Most of them. So just to give it to you, a teacher earns 333,624 per year divided by 12. So that ends up, if my maths is correct, 27,802. You're going to have problems with your salaries. You're going to have problems accessing the GEHS, the housing subsidy, your medical aid. You need guidance. You need assistance with those things. That is where a union comes in. And as NAPTOSA, we are a professional union, same as Satu mentioned, but we pride ourselves on our service delivery to our members. Are you able to pick up the telephone and call for assistance, for guidance? Are you able to send an email? Are you able to send a WhatsApp? Are you able to go onto Facebook and log your query on Facebook? Are you able to use Messenger? Are you able to use TikTok? Those are all the things that we have for you and the various avenues that you can access the union. So if you're sitting and you got a dilemma and you need the union's assistance, we as NAPTOSA will be there for you. And like I said, at the end of the day, it is your informed decision as to what union you would like to belong to that provides the service. One thing that you must remember is that when you start and when you are employed by the WCED, the Western Cape Education Department, or if you're going to the Eastern Cape, or you're going up to Gauteng, or you're going to Limpopo, and you're employed by that education department, you will, if you do not belong to a union, right, you will pay what we call an agency fee. I think the agency fee is about 118, 119 rand. I stand to be corrected. But that is what gets deducted from your salary if you do not belong to a union. Right? It is gazetted, it's in law. It has to come off from your salary. But can you phone someone for assistance? No, because you do not belong to a registered trade union. Right? Therefore, we encourage teachers, especially if you're employed by the WCED or whatever, Gauteng Education Department, Eastern Cape Education Department, to join a union. Rather pay a union subscription or their monthly fees and get assistance and guidance and help, right, than pay money that goes nowhere. It goes into the, thank you, it goes into the public servants, public service. That's where the money goes, but you get no assistance, you get no help whatsoever. So these things are important for you. Like I said, I'm not going to go through my slide presentation, but just to give you an example, these are things that we could cover in this particular session, but I gave you the information, right? What is your workload and duties and responsibilities as a teacher? What are your salaries, right? What benefits do you get as a teacher? Your 13th check, your housing allowance, there I gave you. And some of you might be renting. There we go, 1,784 and 55, and that was from the 1st of July. Your medical aid, you get 1,810 rand towards that. You get your pension. And for those of you like Ingrid and myself, we've been in the profession for years. I was a teacher for 20 years, and I think I'm with the union for something like 17, 18 years. Please don't work at my age, eh? I'm giving it away. Then leave measures, right? What Ingrid and I tell you, SATU, SAOE, where do we get our information from? It comes from legislation. There's the different types of legislation. When you walk into a class next year, what is your workload? Where do we get this information from? All comes out of what we call a document called the PAM, Personnel Administrative Measures. That is your contract of employment. It covers what you are supposed to do during a school day. Some of us think it's only teaching. No, it's relief teaching, looking after other classes. It's got to do with curriculum, administration, supervising, planning. So I'm going to encourage you to speak to your lecturers at CPTUT and encourage them to make contact with Clint at NAPTOSA, and I will come and do a session at your campus, either here or Mowbray, and I will explain in detail all these things that you need to know when you walk into the classroom on the first day. What do you do during the day? How many hours are you supposed to work? Because you don't know that, 7 hours a day. You need to account for 1,800 working hours. You need professional development, which is 80 hours. So these are the important information that I, as NAPTOSA, would like to give you when I have a much longer opportunity. I was only given 15 minutes today. And this just adds, what are your key responsibilities? I will go through. There's your enumeration. 1st of April 2024, 333,624. That's not cost to company. Then you get something which we call pay progression. You need to know what pay progression is. It's a 1.5% increase that you get on the 1st of July. But you're not going to receive it. You're not going to receive it for 24 months. Because there's legislation that says why you're not going to receive it. And therefore, I would like to have that opportunity to explain to you why you don't receive it for the 24 months. Right? So these are the things that we can come and do. And these are the things that I would just like to impart on you. There is the benefits. The 13th check, for example, your birthday, they call it a birthday bonus. 2 minutes. Your birthday bonus, they call it your birthday bonus. You normally get it in the month of your birthday, right? So if my birthday is now in August, I will get a 13th check. It's normally double my wages. But you won't get it, a full 13th check in your first year of teaching, right? I need to explain. There we go. I like that. Why? I will answer all the questions when I come and visit you. Thank you for that. So these are the things that we want to get. For those of you that reach 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, we call it long service. Before, our teachers used to get a watch. Now, they give you some money for your 20 and your 30 and your 40-year service. So, you are going to be starting year 1. You still got a full 19 years before you get your long service. But we hope that you, and we anticipate that you're going to be in the profession for so long. Remember what Ingrid said, it is a calling. Many of our teachers leave, especially this time of the year, to go to the UK, to go to Dubai, to go to Vietnam. They go teach all. We're losing the expertise overseas. We need you in the classroom to stay in South Africa. And like Satu said, we at the provincial offices, we will fight for you. So I thank you. Leave. I'm going on. Annual leave, sick leave, maternity leave for the ladies. These are the things that you need to be equipped with. So I leave you with a last slide and just a quote. Knowledge will give you power, but character will give you respect. Right? Go into the class and enjoy 2025 and work with a smile on your face. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Clint for that insightful presentation. And once again, you can hear a teacher speak, eh? You can hear that passion. And thank you very, very much. And yeah, somebody said the teacher voice as well. It's there. I think what I need to say, when and I are now probably giving away my age as well, but when I started teaching, Ingrid, I was appointed permanently and I earned 2,000 rand. That is what I got paid as a permanent teacher in 2001. So do you people feel sorry for me? But we made it work because the main thing is we didn't do it and we didn't see it as a job. It was a calling. And that is why I'm still doing what I'm doing. You call me Mr. D because I am here to deliver. Right? So that is the main thing which we are here for, to deliver. And when you go on to teach, remember your clients are those learners in your class. So at this point of time, we are going to have our Q&A session. It will be 10 minutes. We are going to have the roaming mics that are going to be made available. And there are already 2 online questions that we're going to have. I'm going to ask that you raise your hand, and then our designated ushers will assist with the floating mics to make sure that the students are able to ask the questions. If I could ask you to please be quite brief and be very indicative of the person to whom you would like to pose the question. So Drs. Pretorius and Van der Heever will assist to just check the hands. There are quite a number of hands that's up. And I think our first person, I'm not sure, I think it was that lady on that side. So if the ushers with the mics can please just make sure that they position themselves so they are able to access all of the hands that's up. And once again, we've got 10 minutes. And please make sure that you direct the question at the appropriate presenter that is seated on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all those who have presented to us. My question is to Mr. Don. I'd like to know, with pertaining robotics and coding, is there any way that, you say that robotics and coding has got to do with problem solving, is there any way that when kids go home, is there like an app or anything that they can, at home, maybe even go further on with doing that? Because I believe that learning shouldn't just stop at school, but it should continue at home. So in the home environment, kids can, they have a bit more freedom at home because there's technology, there's iPads and so forth. So is there like an app available for when kids leave school, after leaving the classroom, is there something available for them at home? And also, to our last speaker of NAPTOSA, what is the 13th check? Why don't we get the 13th check in our first year? I would like to know that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And I think also when we looked at the curriculum, and especially looking at being inclusive of it, there are many of the service providers going to the schools, giving stuff that is really costly. A lot of money is being spent by schools as well. But when you look at what the curriculum is about, for example, grade 4 to grade 7, or grade 4 to grade 9, let's talk about IDE, or what software do you need, which is Scratch. Scratch is free. You can download it on your app. You can do block coding. There's tutorials. There are free courses. There are a lot of free stuff available, especially to assist the learner at home, but also for the teacher that don't want to wait for professional development, can already go onto the platforms, gain the knowledge, and already prepare them for that. The same with the Unplugged. There's a lot of free stuff, and that will be shared with the teachers as well as with the learners and with the parents. But thank you for that question.
Thank you for the question. The answer is very simple. If you employed, remember when you go into the world of work next year, you will have, there are two scenarios. One, you can be employed by an education department, or two, you can be employed by the school's governing body. If you are employed by the school's governing body, you need to read through your contract of employment. Normally, your contract of employment will not cover a 13th check, will not cover housing, will not cover medical aid, unless you end up at a very privileged Model C school. So that is your first reason. Most of the poorer schools that employ teachers via the governing body and pay them via the governing body do not qualify for a 13th check. But if you are employed at, let's say, Westerford, for example, in a governing body post, I am aware that they do give you a 13th check as a perk. If you're employed by the WCD, then you will be on contract, normally in your first year. You will not receive the 13th check because you will receive the 37% in lieu of benefits. The 13th check is built into that. When you become permanent, you then qualify for the 13th check. Now, the 13th check is on a pro rata basis. So if you, let's say you start in January and you permanently appointed, and let's say your birthday is in March, right? You're only working for 3 months. Therefore, you will not get a full 13th check. You will only get pro rata for the first 3 months. The following year, March, you will then get a full 13th check. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Ms. Lucas wants to just add as well.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is around coding, okay? So there's currently a project called the Teacher Union Collaboration, where Treasury has given teacher unions money to do training. And this year, the unions have decided on coding and robotics. So I have seen Dr. Forbes a flyer the other day, particularly for our foundation phase, to attend SATU training, inviting the fourth year students to SATU training at various venues around the Mowbray campus. But if there is a huge request to CPUT, we want to say, we are prepared to come out and we are prepared to do, particularly with the foundation phase, to get them ready. Because our model is based on preparing them for the first 10 days with a baseline. So you walk away from the training session doing computational thinking, doing all the definitions, algorithms, all those patterns, the language that's used. And we then also give you a baseline that you can use for the first 10 days. Because you're expected to do a baseline as a teacher, and you wouldn't have a baseline for coding and robotics. So we're offering that as a intervention to support our novice teachers going into the sector. But also there's an app called Boats and Tanks, which takes very little data that parents play with their children, coding and robotics. And so whether you're intermediate or foundation-based training, that's the model we use. We use Tangible as the provider. And then teachers showed other teachers, and they show parents, and they run clubs at home, so that it is then further supported by parents at home. So thank you, MC.
Okay, I've got so many titles at that point of time now. Thank you. Our next question. Okay, I'm going to ask also that we keep it to a minimum because I still need to have the 2 questions online as well. So please pose your question.
For Mr. Dekne, the NQT program, are we able to register now for 2024 or we should wait for the following year, 2025?
No, you
And
can't.
How long does
Sorry.
the course take? Sorry? How long does the course take?
Okay, so we haven't opened for registration for next year yet, but we normally open in November. So I will, via your 4th year lecturers, also make the video and things available again, and the registration form and all of that. You can go and look at our website. In the meantime, it's the we take you through the entire year. And as I said, it is basically to support you during that year. We also then have groups that stay on. We have a WhatsApp group, for example, from last year. And so we retain that connection because we don't think that in your first year, you know, you would necessarily be exposed and that you don't need support. So we retain the connection with our students. But of course, the first year is where it's more formal, and we do require you to actually go to come to the professional development sessions and so on. Just to also say, I think something that I didn't say was that the course, we are funded, and the name of, I forgot to acknowledge our funders, which is HGI and Savile Foundation. So we do ask for those teachers that are teaching and are able to afford it for 500 Rand towards the SACE course, but students who cannot afford it, we then do sponsor them for the program. Have I covered the question? Thank you.
Okay, our next question.
1, 2. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. D. Due to time, I will try to be short as much as I can. But before I forget or I ask any question, Prof raised something that is very important, especially in the field, emotional intelligence. So he mentioned a very important thing, acknowledgement and recognition. So I think it is very important for us to firstly recognize the organizers of this program, the presenters. Thank you very much for making time. We acknowledge that. There is a question that I want to start with because when I make it the last question, I always forgot the context of it. It's just a view or a comment of anyone in the panel. What is your view regarding the teachers' parliament, in particular the unions? We feel that now the unions that are on the ground are no longer representing the interest of the teachers. We feel that the information is not filtered down, and the unions most of the time are attached in politics. So what is the view regarding forming a teachers' parliament? A parliament that will mainly focus on curriculum and other matters of education. Allow me to go to SACE. I think it's our first time, it's not our first time hearing about SACE, but it's our first time having an engagement, or it might be second or third time having an engagement. Now, we understand that education is it's a long life learning process. That means there are things that we do in our first year, because remember, the institution sent us to observation in our first year. So I might misbehave in the first year, then that can jeopardize my entire career. There was a case that I was reading in Limbombo. there was a student teacher who made a comment about the sexuality of a student. As a result, from the first, he was doing a first year. As a result, he couldn't finish the whole BT because Says made a statement that when he finished the career, then the Says is ready to take. I'm not sure it's a PESAL or what, but he won't be able to practice due to the comment that he made at the first year. So I wanted to understand in terms of awareness, because if they are raising an awareness in the fourth year, I'm not supposed to do it in the first year so that we can be aware about those matters. Secondly, there is, I think it was also mentioned by our presenters, regulation regarding the posters that teachers are making on social media and so on and so on. Because I think now there is a dominance of teachers that are playing TikTok and posting learners. So what is the stance there? Just last one for the SAYS. SAYS is the board that deal with the profession or with the behavior of educators. Now, just I want to know, since you are dealing with the behavior of the teachers, don't we need another body that regulates the behavior of parents? Because we must understand, we must understand that there are three components in education. There is a will of teacher, there is a will of a learner, and there is a will of a parent. Now, once one becomes absent, then the load shifts to another one. So I wanted to understand that if ever you are regulating us as an educators, which body that you recommend must regulate parent? As I'm moving forward to
Okay.
last one, Mr. T.
You need to conclude, eh? You need to conclude.
Okay. As I'm going to start, I think you must also mention the relationship of SADTU and the ANC. Because there are people, in fact, there are people who are anti-ANC but are interested in joining SADTU. So, because if you see some of the advert and stuff, they say SADTU, ANC, that alignment, so you must also mention something there. And also, what is the relationship? Because I see that SADTU, and I'm not sure in what conference they took a stance and they say there is a SADTU, I think it's SADTU student organization, but also it requires you to be an ANC member, of which we, or rather not say we, or I don't think for most of educators who are coming to the field are subscribed to the ANC ideology. And last one, what is it as unions? Just
how many last ones do you have?
The last
how many
one,
last
believe
ones?
me. Last one, what is it that as unions, let's say a specific case where you say SADTU and NABSTOSA had stand together to show that really the matters here is an educator, they are defending an educator. In which case where they ideologically say, we are standing all, they say this, in which case where they say they put their differences aside and then agree to fight for educators. I still have so many questions, but due to time,
No, you need to,
let me
please.
give it to others. Thank you very much.
I need us to please make sure that we observe the time and the protocol. Keep the questions to a minimum. You do have the contact details for these presenters as well, so you can always post it to them by email. I'm not sure which are you going to be.
Thank you to that gentleman. I see he's very keen, he's enthusiastic. I'm not sure if he kept count of how many questions he actually asked. If I ask him to recap on the questions, I hope he will be able to. I'm going to keep it short and sweet and just say to the gentleman, this engagement here from all your presenters here doesn't allow us to answer comprehensively all your questions that you have asked rather, okay? Because you've covered quite a number of things. You've mentioned NABSTOSA, SADTU, you spoke about the SADTU ANC, you spoke about SAYS, the parent body, the posting of information. Now, all those things are very in-depth topics to cover, okay? You need to know about your rights. You need to know about labor, and that needs to be done in your first year already, because you're quite right when you say SAYS deregisters you on their platform for any sexual offenses. So that needs to be explained to you. Why do they do that? You need to understand the SACE code of ethics. You need to understand the disciplinary procedures within the WCD and all those kind of things. So that's a very in-depth thing that you need to understand. Because any sexual offense, and you're going to find that when you register as teachers, you're going to have to get a police clearance. All right? And if you got a sexual offense or you say something, those things are deemed as no-nos. So you're quite right, shouldn't be done in your 4th year, should be done in your 1st year already and amplified throughout till the 4th year. Just on the parent body is what we call the SGB, school governing bodies. And school governing bodies, unions as us, I'm talking now SATU, SAOE, ourselves, we got no jurisdiction over our school governing bodies, nor does the Western Cape Education Department. They don't have jurisdiction over the school governing body. So you need to understand how a school governing body is elected. You need to understand what their terms of reference is. You need to know what they can say, what they can do, and how they become in school, how they're involved in schools. And only then can you make the informed decision. Just with regards to, you spoke about can NAPTOSA, SATU, teacher unions put their differences aside. I can tell you now, there's no differences. I don't have a difference with SATU. I don't have a difference with SAOE because we all three unions, we fight for exactly the same thing, right? So we have put our differences aside many years ago, and the commonality is the child in the class at the end of the day. And just lastly, from an NAPTOSA point of view, we do pride ourselves on being a union that's not politically aligned. So as NAPTOSA, we got no political affiliation to any political party, and therefore we act independently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we get to take the in-house question, if you will allow me to please just do the online questions as well. There are two, and this one is for Mr. Don. Do you think that this curriculum program will be able to reach every place in South Africa, example, the rural areas in Eastern Cape and townships, since we have lack of resources like load shedding, network issues, and funds?
That is such a wonderful question, and that is the wicked problem we actually have. If you look at the different contexts that we have, if you look at the foundation phase is the one I'm not really worried about, because that one is really inclusive. It can be taught under a tree, doesn't matter where you find yourself. You can teach unplugged and problem solving. Where the challenge will come in is when we go into grade 4. And this is where we look at our national government, look at treasury, because this is not just an education department issue. This is a national issue. So in terms of the rural, in terms of the different context, yes, and that issue is currently on the table in terms of making the resources available. Because if we're not going to get the resources from a national department where they put out budget in treasury and say this is a commitment we're going to make, the digital divide will only grow bigger. That is a fact. It's going to happen. So that's why foundation phase will be fine in terms of implementation. The challenge will be in the grade 4 to 9 if national and treasury and all of those do not put money available.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don, for that. The second question that I'd like to ask is for Ms. Mokhalani. This is from Lisakanya. What would you suggest be done to make sure that teachers can always remember the pledge they took when they took it on the profession? Or do you think that there is a way that teachers can be reminded of their responsibility and the pledge so that they can keep to it at any place or anywhere?
Thank you very much. I think the only thing is to one of the things is to advocate. But the other area that we are exploring is to try and do it like how your health professions are doing it during the graduations. However, the challenge that we've seen with the education graduations is that sometimes they are mixed with other professions, and therefore it becomes difficult. But we are trying to engage the Dean's Forum so that we can see if we can have the pledge and issue it officially with the certificate during the graduation period.
That would be awesome. Thank you very much
Okay.
for that. Our next question will be in the auditorium, and we're going to limit it to only 2 because we are running out of time, and we are going to be delaying the, I think, okay. And then we've got 2 questions, 2 hands or 3 hands. I'm going to ask respectfully that we do adhere to the time because I think we are, Dr. Cornelissen, we've got shuttles that will be leaving soon.
Thank you. This is directed to Ms. Mahalane and the provincial convener, Ms. Lucas, right? So we do know that some of the aims of SACE is to promote professionalism and to regulate educator conduct and maintain ethical conduct, right? So it mostly emphasizes what is expected of the teacher, right? More like what we shouldn't do, right? So that means that we know more of what the learners' rights are, and they also know what their rights are, because they know when you do a certain thing, they can get you fired. But there is no certain stipulation as to what are we supposed to do, right? Because it emphasizes what we shouldn't do, right? So SACE has a jurisdiction on educator misconduct and not directly the learner misconduct, right? So what happens, or how does SACE and, before I ask the question, Ms. Lucas touched base on the issue of representing members as one of the SATU objectives, right? So I want to ask to SACE and the representative of SATU, how does SACE address the issue of safety and protecting teachers from being assaulted by learners, right? Because we do know that the learning environment should be safe and conducive for learning and teaching as well, not for learning only. So how does it protect teachers from being assaulted, or what measures can we take if we get assaulted by learners, right? Because if we do the assaulting or we violate their rights first, we know that disciplinary action will be taken.
Thank you so much. I think there might be other people who are perhaps have the same question. So I'm not sure which one of our delegates would like to respond.
No.
I think
let me start.
Khalani.
Let me start. Unfortunately, the session was very short. It's unfortunate because there is so much that we could have shared. One of the main things that she knows is that we have a program on teacher safety, security, and responsibilities and rights. So there is that program. There are a whole lot of issues that we deal with around that particular area. But also you need to remember that issues of security as well are employer-employee kind of relationship. It's happening in school. So SACE doesn't have not even the resource that you can think of. I mean, the department doesn't have at all, with the millions and billions that they have. So from SACE's point of view, there's so much that we can do. It's not going to be possible for us to physically protect, but there's a handbook, there are programs, there are activities that we are capacitating teachers to say, if you are confronted with this kind of a situation, these are the scenarios, these are the things that you can do, these are the ones that you can't. So that's what is happening currently.
Thank you, CEO. Just in response to what can SATU do, I want to make it very clear. My brief this morning was around the professional teacher as viewed by the union. And so when we want to talk about the union specifics, we request that you invite us and we talk about that in terms of the politics and the kinds of activities that we do. Then in response to the question around what SATU can do around teacher safety, we must remember that the teacher unions are not your employer. Okay, so that's the first point of departure. Your employer is the Western Cape Education Department. However, as teacher unions, we sit on the Education Labour Relations Council, and they have various chambers and task teams. And we sit on task teams, and one of the task teams is a safety task team. And we respond to issues that is raised there through reported cases. So once a teacher reports, the stats is brought to the task team, and the employer is then placed under pressure by the teacher unions to respond. The teacher unions also then respond in terms of programs that we run out for teachers in terms of some of the activities that we do. Unfortunately, there's very little work done around school governing bodies because parents are their constituents. The majority of parents are their constituents. And code of conducts are signed off by parents in a school governing body meeting. So there's quite a bit of advocacy and work that must be done there so that we can manage learner behavior in classrooms. And the question that we ask, where does discipline start? Does it start at home? Where does it start? And further to that, the model that is used in schools to address learner discipline, is it fit for purpose currently for the learner that we have in our classes? Is it so punitive that we only want to penalize children? We all need a second chance. And perhaps one of the conversations and advocacy and teacher voice and teacher agency that you must have when you go into classroom next year is, what do we do around creating a positive learner behavior model so that we can so that we can impact on what the outcomes is going to be in society, inclusive of learner behavior. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point of time, if you will allow me, I'm going to not entertain any more questions because we are running out of time. Please do hear my heart on this one, but I'm going to be that person now to say that we cannot. We need to please comply with the time. And we still have got two objectives that we would like to do. I'm going to call the following people to the stage for me, please. I'm going to call Mr. Van Wyk, who's going to be doing the lucky draw. Dr. Cornelissen and also Professor Dippenaar to please join me on the stage just to do the formalities as we bring this symposium to a close.
Right, everybody. Thank you so much for your attention. We are now going to do the lucky draw, so keep your fingers crossed, and hopefully one of the Maths Lit students will win the vouchers. I'm not biased at all. And the lucky draw would be by surname. We have calculated all the people that have registered to be in person, because obviously if you attend online, you would unfortunately not qualify for this lucky draw. So we're going to ask Mr. Van Wyk to just start for the first lucky draw, please.
Oh.
Is she here? She left. See, don't count years. It doesn't qualify. We move on. Yes. You get rewarded for remaining. Oh, Dr. Sheikh. Oh my goodness. Please come join us on the stage. Congratulations, Dr. Sheikh. This is on behalf of Hanskate. Just a small token of appreciation. Thank you. Congratulations, Anga. Right. Inside this little gift, it's a voucher. Please look out for the voucher. It's very important and it's sponsored by Fansky. Thank you so much. Oh, our HOD. We are not biased at all. Congratulations, Prof. De Souza. Thank you so much. And you also have a voucher in there. Thank you, Prof. Is it the last one now? Hi, Suga. Yes. Okay. Oh, at last, one of the Maths Lit students. No, it's not. Anele, you also get rewarded for having the roaming mic today and doing your job for me. Thank you so much. All right. On behalf of Ansky, please accept the voucher as well. Thank you. Again, not again.
I got to leave.
Two for the price of one. Tamaran, another Maths Lit student. Okay. Students, you get rewarded for attendance, eh? Thank you so much. Tamaran, you deserve this voucher from Skyke, all right? And thank you for coming. Thank you.
We're going to hand over to our Deputy Dean, Professor De Penara.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much. Very short and sweet on behalf of the Dean. He couldn't be here. He's still held up in another commitment. But I know he watched as much as he could online. Luckily, the recording is also still online. And many of our lecturers who couldn't be here, some of them were in the postgraduate seminar this morning. Some of them were at the WOW spelling competition in Wellington with 450 learners. But I also want to salute all the lecturers who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think our students are very fortunate to have the team of lecturers that are around here, and it's a privilege to be working with you. And then to our students, we are so fortunate to be able to combine theory and practice and to give you the opportunity to meet important stakeholders in the field like you did today, to see them face to face. We also treasure a very close relationship that we have with the WCED. But then we look at you, and I feel like Khalil Gibran, who said, and I've used this quote before because it's so close to my heart, our children are not our children, they belong to the world of tomorrow that we are not allowed to enter. We are sitting here and we're sending you guys out into the world to be change agents. And today I feel so proud to see what you guys are capable of, and we are looking forward to your careers, to see where you're going. It's such a privilege to come back to the schools, to see our CPUT students there, and all the best from my side as well, and on behalf of the Dean, well done, excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dippenaar. At this point of time, we'd like to just hand out a token of our appreciation to all of our presenters. So if you can please just join me on stage, all of those who presented in the first session as well. If you can please join us, and Dr. Pretorius and Dr. Cornelissen will be assisting us to just hand out a small token of our appreciation for the participation and presentations that you did today. Professor Edie. Mr. Don. Ms. Mokhalani. Ms. Melanie Sadek and Judith Sachs. Ms. Ingrid Lucas. Ms. Carlse. There you go, Mr. Carlse. Okay, and then we've got our Mowbray campus students. We've got Ms. Carstens and Mr. Faltain. Ms. Malibukasi and Mr. Klute. And that would be our token of appreciation to our presenters. And at this point of time, we are not done as yet. We are going to conclude, and I'm just going to ask for, I think, is it Dr. Pretorius or Ms. Van Heever? Okay, it's going to be here now. As you know, at the head of every single one of the projects that we have, workshops, symposiums, whatever it might be, there is a steering person that keeps everybody in the right lane. And that person is none other than Dr. Cornelissen, that is trying to hide behind me now. So we know that this did not just happen overnight. I know that Dr. Cornelissen has put in such a lot of effort, and we can attest to that. Late nights that she sat up, running around, sacrificing time with her family in order to make this happen. And I want to say on behalf of the entire team, on behalf of the faculty at large, thank you so much for your servitude and being so selfless in giving. And this success is definitely assigned to you. So thank you so much for being a leader in servitude.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Thank you, people. I did not expect that. When I started this journey, I have done it because I wanted to do the service to you as the fourth-year students. So I think you can give yourself a round of applause for your attendance. And also for the marketing strategy. I know that I have begged my fourth-year math students to attend, and you came out in numbers, and I do appreciate you sacrificing your Saturday to be here and to spend the day with us. To our presenters, we have learned a lot. The fourth years who have presented, we were so impressed. We can see the growth, we can see your development, and you made us so proud today. So well done. To Prof. Reddy, thank you so much for your attendance. I hope you have enjoyed yourself here with us, spending time with us, and for sacrificing also your time. To the unions, Mr. Lucas, all our communications during the duration, and also just interacting with one another. I do appreciate it. I've also realized that we need to use PPR to invite some of our presenters to come back and to explore opportunities for discussion. That is very important because we are looking at your professional development. So I'm going to do also thank a few people. First of all, David, in his absence. David has assisted me a lot with the accommodation, beautifying this venue, making sure that everything is here, even up to the tablecloths. David, in your absence, thank you so much. To Jerome and his team for the booking of this venue, thank you for that. To Derek, Kurt, and Cliffy. Kurt and Cliffy is up there streaming live. So they made sure that we are able to stream, and also we will also try to improve to that. And then also Ms. Dupree, as well as the other one, I can't remember. I need now to open my book, right? So on behalf of Van Skyk, sponsoring our prizes, Ronel, Dupree, and Antia Adams, thank you so much. They come from the Stellenbosch branch, and for the exhibiting of the books here, I'm sure that you have seen a lot of interesting books that you can make use of. And then also, Zaki Sali from Protea Bookshop, also in Stellenbosch. You can see that we are well connected in Stellenbosch. So thank you, Zaki, for also sacrificing your time and being prepared to be here. And then people, also lastly, to my team. I'm going to call you up because I think without you, this venture would not have been successful. Dr. van der Heever, please come up. Dr. Pretorius. Mr. Van Wyk. I don't see Dr. Zayster here. Have she left? Dr. Zayster is busy with the caterers outside, so we will reward you afterwards, students. And then our program director, Mr. Daniels. People, I would just like to leave you with a quote. It's an African proverb that states, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with a team. And you have proved to me that you are worthy of that team. Thank you so much. That is Mr. Daniels.
Thank you very much, and I think this is also the end of my contract as program director. I hereby render my resignation before I get fired. On behalf of everybody, thank you so much for being here. We have got some catered lunch outside, and we are looking forward to an even larger attendance next year when we are going to be calling on you to be doing the presentation. So on behalf of the team, thank you so much. Have a blessed day, and traveling mercies to all of you. Thank you. Remember, there are takeaway packs for the students, so grab your pack, run for the shuttle, or otherwise you are early for Monday's class.